Hello, everybody. Well, there is no everybody here. I'm going to give this a little bit, see if anybody joins before I get started on this little presentation. Oh, Red Fang is here. Yep, I got two. All right, let's see if anybody else shows up here. Yeah, I haven't done this. Hi, Red Fang. Hi, Nicola. Is it philosophy? It's just salad with no dressing. Yeah, this might be a little. This is going to be painful. There's I don't keep up on my philosophy. So I will be utilizing some Chat GPT for this because f- frankly, I mean I'm really kind of amazed that Grayson is investing as much time as he is in having conversations with praise. I've already made that mistake years ago. It is a pointless endeavor. It is painful, and the more one does it, the more one realizes it's like Sisyphus. It's like you just constantly rolling a rock up a hill. It doesn't it doesn't work very well. It's not meaningful, it's not rewarding. Um a lot of times, yeah, Lord Red Fang, we all have. Yeah, yeah. It's just not. I mean, even when it comes down to stuff like I did a video not too long ago where him and the praise and this guy called, I guess he goes by the dude or whatever, Christ dude or whatever. um they were basically criticizing me because they were they were like all, thought that it was great that Jack Smack made this comment like Jesus saves 100% of the time. And I made some comment like, wait a minute, that smacks a little bit of some universalism there. And of course they had to, you know first praise first had to assume that I was going to go to works. And then basically dude tried to tell me that anything that's a condition is a work, but then tried to tell me that you have to become persuaded of something. So, in order to be moved from some kind of condemned status administratively to an administrative status of being saved, that required a condition. But they seem to be appealing to. I mean, it's just hilarious. If you're dealing with, I mean, I don't know how many times just talking with praise over the years or just keeping up with some of his videos, I've seen his soteriology changed. But one of the things that has not changed with him is his inability to really um, consistently understand some basic philosophical concepts. Like in this one, he goes to naturalism, right? And one of the things that he likes to do, which I'm sure anybody who's here has heard him probably do this before, is he'll go, well, you need to show me like where a thought is on a map. Like you need to show me physically where that's at so I can hold a thought or I can hold your consciousness or something like that. The idea that basically a naturalist, somebody who holds to naturalism would think that everything that exists is necessarily tangible, right? That there's no immaterial, emergent, quote unquote, things that are ontologically dependent upon the natural or the physical. Right. So a lot of times they have praise still, like it amazes me because you can go to Chat GPT and you can ask it questions and you can kind of get basic um definitions of and explanations for some of these very rudimentary philosophical concepts. These ones are not, some of these are not difficult, some of them get a little weird. Either way, it's it's not it's not that hard, but to try to use it as a way of basically saying, well, there's this guy here who goes by critical base theory, Grayson, is basically doing this kind of stuff, but he's a naturalist, right? He holds to some kind of physicalism or some kind of naturalism. So in my mind, he just thinks everything is tangible, right? And then he's like, and then and then in his mind he's like, well, I don't understand how these guys explain where thoughts come from. It's like, well, if you're a naturalist, then you got to show me like how you physically hold on to a thought or an idea, and that's not what naturalism necessarily is. Because he doesn't read, he doesn't look into this stuff. And whenever he gets into philosophy and whenever he gets into his philosophical ideas, the more it always seems to open up problems with his position on when it comes to believing in a God. Yeah, I mean, hemorrhoids do burn. They itch and burn. You never saw Preparation A, Chad. Geo Sam says, exploring the absurd. He. Yeah, for the most part, yeah. So, since I've got some viewers here, I'll go ahead and present this. Make sure that's showing up properly on my thing. Yep, it is. Okay, here we go.
Refutation of we're going to give corrections to his supposed debunking, refutation of William Lane Craig on the Calum argument. So I don't know. I think he's trying to aim. I mean, like, I guess that's his agenda, if you want to call it, or, you know, that's his modus operandi, that he's coming after religion, which is fine because we can handle.
Well, the Kalam cosmological argument isn't necessarily a religious one, Praise. It's Kalam, by the way. It's not Calum, but I think everybody would kind of get the idea.
Any criticisms that may come or anything that forms against itself, we shall give defenses against that. So we plan to do that tonight. But
why would you need to give a defense? The Kalam cosmological argument isn't a Christian. It has nothing to do with Christianity. It doesn't even have to be incorporated into Christianity. That was Craig. That was William Lane Craig's thing. And last time I checked, Praise, I used a video because you made the claim that there was no logical problem of suffering or logical problem of evil. And then I did a video showing where William Lane Craig explained that there was the logical problem of evil and the evidential problem of evil, kind of gave a quick definition of both of them. And then you wrote a comment in the comment section disregarding anything William Lane Craig was saying because he's an evidentialist. So now you're defending William Lane Craig. Why are you defending an evidentialist, Praise?
Before we do that, what's up? How was your day, Olive and Josh?
Today.
It was yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead, Josh.
No, go ahead, Praise. How was your day?
Was, you know, going through.
Yeah, it's Praise.
Yeah, I mean, I saw a couple videos online of like some major flooding, so I'm like, oh man, I lived long. It was just a long day, and I'm ready to fight with anybody. I don't care. So let's do this.
It was a long day for that pigeon as well.
Yes, my dead pigeon.
Man,
there's no longer any long days.
What's up, Jack? Sup. And we got SFT in the house. Oh God, no cards either.
Christ.
So did overturn William Lane Craig's Kalam argument, and he tried to reformulate it in his own way. He thinks in his own reformulation of the Kalam is more sound. And how basic
sound or valid. I don't think you know the difference still, Praise. I'd really like to ask praise sometime. Like you have to do that every time somebody starts talking about arguments. Like, oh, I don't know if it's more sound or not. There is no such thing as a more sound argument. If a syllogism is sound, it's sound. That means all of its premises are true, and the conclusion will necessarily be true because the premises are true. It just follows that way. So there's no reason to say one syllogism is more sound than another. And any syllogism can be valid. Saying it's more valid, I don't know if that's even really a good idea. But I mean, obviously you can have valid syllogisms where you don't have true premises and they still work they still come out logically valid. So
basically the theistic, how theists use a kalam is somehow like post hoc, ad hoc interpretation, which is not, and we'll go through that. So let's
it is kind of, well, I don't know. I don't know if it's post hoc or ad hoc. I would say it begs the question. But the Kalam cosmological argument doesn't, if I remember correctly, it doesn't make any real definitive claim as to what particular god is. Like, it's not a prime mover. It's kind of like a prime mover argument, but it doesn't, I don't think it really, I think it was, who came up with the Kalam cosmological argument again? I'm blanking. Yeah, it's Islamic. I remember that. Yeah, one of the most notable figures to develop the argument with was the Persian Islamic philosopher Al-Ghazali. In his work, The Incoherence of the Philosophers. Al-Ghazi argued the idea of an eternal universe was philosophically and theologically flawed. He asserted that the universe must have a beginning, which implies a cause, God. Then Christian and Modern Revival and the structure of the argument. Everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist, therefore the universe has a cause. And then obviously there's Craig's spin on it, which is obviously to really incorporate heavily that it must be the Christian God that is that cause.
let's get into where his first video he did a couple weeks ago. Shut your mouth, boy! Remember Gavin, the bird that flew in? A pigeon
That
flew
was
in the
funny.
window. Yeah.
That's not how you spell pigeon, Kevin.
You pigeonholed that. Okay.
What?
So first,
on a
let's
second.
go into the
Okay, they're going to get into this. I'm trying to keep up with Brojo bet $50 Trump would win with Green Soul. So he's betting, so Green Soul believes, so Green Soul is thinking that Trump will not win. Oh, something else, which is interesting because Red Fang is here. There is, this is what if you're still listening, Red Fang, I wanted to ask you something. The other day when my brother was doing his stream, you said that Hillary's emails does not like my brother and me. And my brother never asked why. So I'm kind of curious as to why too. Is it because we're not Trump supporters or what? Because I can make him feel better that I'm the only reason I'm a Harris supporter is because at this particular point in the game, I'll probably just vote for Harris just so it's just so it's somewhat new management. You know, it's like, okay, so Biden's out. Let's hand the wheel over to the other person. Oh, I know Brojo thinks Trump's going to win. I'm almost suspecting that Trump might have a good chance of winning. Because the problem is that one, Kamala really hasn't. She's been, she's been the VP. She's had to change her position on some things, and she's not really. I mean, obviously, she's got a lot more attraction because she's younger, but I don't know. We'll see. I'm not. I'm not going to hold my breath, but it would be, in my opinion, be very interesting to see Trump get elected again for another 4 years and have the same, and see if the same kind of shit happens that happened when he was president for 4 years, from 2016 to 2020. I just be very interesting to me, like the fact that he never filled cabinet positions. He would get like he knew exactly how to surround himself with the very best of people, but then those very good people were being tossed out. Like he was treating like cabinet members like Kleenex. They need to be soft, strong, and disposable kind of thing. Whatever you do, don't get too adamant about it. I mean, and here's the other thing too, is that if Hillary or Hillary, if Harris and Waltz, if they win, you're going to have the whole stolen election thing happen all over again. It's going to happen all over again. That is never going to go away. If he wins, then you could put that one to bed. But then, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Red Fang says she's going to win by a lot. All right, we'll see. I know who I'm voting for, and I know it's not Trump. And I don't even like Kamala Harris. But when I have just those two to choose from, and I got to go with one of the two, and I know what the other person cost me when he was president and what he did when he was handling the COVID pandemic in 2020, I'm not voting for that idiot again. I'm not giving that guy the reins again. It can go to someone else. And one thing because I don't know if this ever got done or not under the current administration, is whether or not the pandemic response team that Obama had established, whether or not that has been reestablished or will get established again. Because that was something that a lot of people forgot about, that Trump tossed that out, and he did it not too long before a pandemic hit. And the reason that pandemic response team was formed was because of the Ebola shit that happened during the Obama administration, where Fox News was screaming how the whole country was going to get inundated with Ebola. And the Obama administration would be responsible for millions or thousands or millions of deaths of people because of their sloppy handling of the Ebola crisis. How many people did we lose under fucking COVID? How many people were more concerned about? I mean, you had literally people whining that they had to social distance and wear a fucking mask. You saw how fucking pathetic people in this country could be when they weren't willing to even wear a fucking mask, or even stand at least 6 feet from each other, or people whining, I can't get my hair did. Order some clippers on Amazon. God damn it. I mean, it's pathetic, but that's political shit. But yeah, I'm not a Harris fan by any means, shape, or form, but I will vote for her over Trump.
His first video, I don't plan to spend too much time on, because he has 1 hour. He has an hour version and he has a 9-minute version. So let's look at the 9-minute version first, which I think spurred all this to happen. So William Lane Craig did respond to Grayson, and Grayson looks like he did, try to invoke some type of philosophers on his own side. So we'll look at that as well.
Okay.
or
There
at
you go.
least not justifiably true. So I thought, you know what? Let's try to take a crack at fixing the Kalam cosmological argument. Let's go.
Fix it. Do you even know what you're saying when you say that? You know how old
Yeah, yeah. So that should give you an idea where this is going to go. He's going to probably spend more time yapping and probably going after Grayson as a person than he is about any of the substance that Grayson is actually putting out there. And I don't know if I necessarily agree with Grayson doing this or not. And I don't know if he actually shows the whole fucking thing or not. We'll see. But he praise goes down a whole litany of shit here. I've seen a couple minutes of this and I was like, yep, I'll go ahead and review this because this is fucking painful.
the Kalam argument, how far it goes back.
Not to Christianity.
Okay, I mean, if you mean like some type of like if you're editing it or something, or revised version, well, we have our own different versions too. We don't have to just specifically do that, but I still think it falls in the classical Kalam. Even I'm going to show some different different types of formulations of that too. From
Well, you can use the prime. I mean, all the Kalam is kind of like it's kind of like a take on Aristotle's prime mover.
the philosophers.
Go into each one of these flawed premises and fix them to make them true. And let's see if that alters the conclusion at all, shall we? Let's find out. So premise number 1, all things that begin to exist have a cause. Sometimes alternatively worded that whatever begins to exist has a cause for its existence. So that's the first premise. Now there are already
Yes, and bear in mind that the Kalam cosmological argument, I think, if I remember correctly, that God is always in existence, so God never began to exist. Or God is just always existed. So anything that begins to exist must have something that exists in order to bring that thing into existence. But when it comes to God, God's existence isn't predicated on a beginning, on something creating it. If I remember correctly, God is just simply always eternal. So he always has existed. So that's another issue with the Kalam cosmological argument. Now, I could be wrong about that, but I believe that's been discussed, and that was, or at least I've heard people appeal to that in that sense, that, well, God is the eternal thing. It's not the universe that's the eternal thing, right? It's God is the eternal thing. It always has, God has always existed, and then everything that begins to, anything that exists is necessarily ontologically dependent upon that thing. I think that's how it goes. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. Either way, we don't really have examples of something always being in existence, other than the fact that, as far as we can tell, the universe mathematically, if we based on Big Bang Theory, the universe was at a different state millions or billions of years ago. What it was before then, we don't know. So it could have been in that state for a particular amount of quote unquote time. We don't know. Right. So a lot of people kind of still hold to the idea. If you talk to Christians, they believe that, like, the Big Bang Theory, even if they're kind of an old world, they kind of can say, well, yeah, we don't have to go with the young Earth model, but you still have this idea that the universe is kind of exploding into existence. And it's like, no, that's not Big Bang. That's not Big Bang cosmology. Big Bang cosmology goes back to where the universe was of a different state and then at some point began to expand outward. But it was never a non-state, as far as but we don't know that.
ton of very obvious flaws with this. Namely
what?
What are some examples of things that have begun to exist, right? Like, we could just throw out a random example, like a chair, like the chair.
The Louvre. There's an example of something.
You can just use a chair, dude. Just, you don't have to go to the Louvre. Oh my God.
That began to exist.
Well, Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
sitting
it would have began to exist because it had someone that people built it and caused it to exist.
on right now. That's a thing. A chair is a thing. This chair is a thing, and it began to exist, right?
Charity is something that demonstrates that it's began to exist. Charity didn't exist until
Charity is a concept of how we of giving. Charity defines a phenomenon of the way that we give, of giving something freely to people or giving to people in need. So again, that's an abstract concept. That's not a concrete concept. So the idea of like the chair, if I remember correctly, chair would be a concrete concept because it's a concept that comports to the object which has been created. I mean, you can have conceptualization, but normally conceptualization is still the way human beings conceptualize is still based on objects. So it goes from there.
eternal past. And like I'm just saying, like there's so many things that we're going to overturn him with. It's his
Overturn him with. Okay, neat.
misunderstandings of philosophy. I think physics, and I think he comes in with assumptions. He begs the question a lot.
I think, Praise, that you might just want him to finish at least a fucking point before you go rattling on.
Grayson, with his naturalistic philosophy. Everything is filtered through his naturalistic
What does that mean, Praise? What does naturalistic philosophy mean? What naturalism do you think that Grayson holds to? Because here's the thing. I did some I did a little so here's just naturalism. Under naturalism, the worldview generally holds that everything arises from natural properties and causes, and supernatural and material phenomena are not recognized as having independent existence. In this context, naturalism tends to reject the existence of anything beyond the physical world, meaning that concepts like the immaterial, e.g., souls, spirits, and abstract entities, are not seen as quote unquote things in the same sense as physical objects or processes. Some versions of naturalism, particularly materialism, go further by claiming that only matter and energy exist. For these perspectives, the immaterial cannot exist as a quote unquote thing at all. What we might call quote unquote immaterial phenomena, e.g., thoughts, consciousness, are considered emergent properties or byproducts of physical processes like brain activity. However, more nuanced, non-reductive forms of naturalism, like emergentism, allow that immaterial aspects such as ideas, information, or consciousness can quote unquote exist, but only as emergent properties of complex material systems, not as independent entities. For example, consciousness would not be immaterial in the sense of existing apart from the body or brain, but would be seen as an emergent property of neural activity. Thus, within most forms of naturalism, the immaterial can be quote unquote real only in the sense that it depends on or arises from the material, but it cannot exist independently as a self sustaining quote unquote thing. That's just a generalization of naturalism. There's more specific things that you can get into. I'm not going to bore everybody with that, but we'll go from there. So it's not the idea that it's just simply the case that that naturalism has to disregard, that anybody holding to whatever naturalism would just disregard, can just say, well, there is no such thing as these emergent properties. There is no such thing as the immaterial. There's no such thing as abstracta, right? And you just say thing as quote unquote. We have abstracta. We do it all the time. Abstracts are something that we go with all the time. You have abstract concepts, you have concrete concepts. Concrete concepts are like dog, cat, table, chair, couch, television, right? They're ways of basically, they're like a label and they give all the traits and the properties and blah, blah, blah of that particular object. An abstract concept can be based on objects, real objects. So an abstract concept like Superman it's obviously abstracta, but it is based on an object, which is a man. But that man has traits that we do not have. We do not see any other human males, Superman, having, like being able to run faster than a locomotive, fly, shoot laser beams from their fucking eyeballs.
Philosophy, he sees everything through that lens, and we're going to correct some of those assumptions that are faulty tonight.
Yeah, but you're assuming that you understand everything about his position as how he holds to naturalism. So you might just be straw manning at this point, Praise. Because you seem to you're basically asserting or implying that you know all that is naturalism, and that naturalism. So now you can basically argue against Grayson's view of naturalism or his position on naturalism 100 and be 100% correct on it because you know exactly what that is. It's a bold position to take.
We'll let him get into a little bit more here.
Somebody put together this chair or was assembled at a factory. So to what does the chair owe its existence necessarily? Because
now think about it. Conceptually, a chair existed before its physical existence. Where does the concept of a chair exist?
Anyway, hold on a second. So yeah, there's this one. God is a say. Yeah, I've always considered that special pleading because it's a way of defining the concept or putting a trait upon a concept that you have no object for. So if you're going to try to tell me that God is a say, and you need to define what a say means, I know kind of what a say means, but I don't have any example of it. So I can understand, I can basically concede with you and say, that's a neat abstract concept. But the one thing I do not have to agree with is that it's a concrete concept. There's no object that comports with that trait of aseity. See, Nicola's got stuff in here. Nicola's is way better versed on philosophy than I am. S begins to exist if S exists at T. T is the first moment S exists. There's no state S exists timelessly prior to T. S existing at T is a tensed fact. That begins to exist in Kalam's first premise. The tensed fact bit is a problem for anyone who accepts special relativity and who thinks time is illusory. Oh. Yeah. And the interesting thing is that I think Praise was appealing to that at one point. That time was an illusion. Because he posted something. Because if I remember, Praise will kind of show some of his position on shit. And he has appealed to that before. He posted an article where he's like, look, according to I think it was Live Science, it was an article, look, time is actually an illusion, right? And it was some article based on like time might be an illusion based on certain quantum states or something like that. I don't have to get into the specifics. You can find it out there. There's an article out there about it. But he kind of took this as like, that's the hammer on the nail, right? That right there shows that all of existence is just because Praise desperately wants just reality to be virtual reality. And the way that Praise goes about talking about that is really fucking poorly hashed out. He basically, in a sense, will say that reality is a virtual reality. But anytime you use the term virtual reality, virtual is a term that's used to indicate a type of reality that is not reality in itself, right? It's a virtual reality. But he's trying to basically say it's virtual reality in the sense that it is a mental construct. All of the reality that we exist in is a mental construct. Now, it may be it may not. He might have changed his position and hold that it is a mental construct in the way that God can somehow, and this entity can somehow build concrete things or bring about the physical from its mental, from some kind of mental cognition, basically imagining things into existence. Yep, right there. Yes, Praise was insisting an article said time is illusory. The article was saying time is emergent, not illusory, and he advocated for a C theory of time. Yep, that's what happens when you have somebody who's probably functionally illiterate is trying to read shit and tell people what they think of it. This is kind of a JPass. God has no antecedent conditions. I don't know why that is. That a claim, or are you asking me? In fact, I may put. I'll invite some people in. I'm going to open this up so it's not just me yapping. I put the link in the side chat if anybody wants, or in the live chat if anyone wants to join. No, I'm not expecting Nicola to join. He's probably still working. Nicola's always busy these days.
In some type of geographical location.
Huh? What was that?
Where geographic chair exists in some type of chair exists in
the concept of chair. Yeah, that it would be in a person's mind. So there's a problem. I think there's kind of a problem here that Praise is conflating the idea of concepts with conceptualization or conceptualizing. Right? Conceptualizing is a phenomenon that is known that human minds can do. Right? So conceptualizing a chair, would that chair exist as a thing in reality, as an actual thing? No. But if a person can build it using things, so there's a way of like looking at things, and human beings have there's a reason why we don't have two-legged chairs, at least as far as I know. There's some three-legged, like you can have some three-legged stools, but most of our chairs normally have four legs, unless they're like couches and they require a little bit of support and stuff like that. But that kind of building is just based on us viewing our world and then coming up with using examples of stuff that we have and then working within those confines.
In some type of geographical,
and nobody who holds and not everybody who holds to naturalism thinks that conceptualizing cannot exist as an emergent property of the physical substrate that is the brain.
Location. Where, give us the.
Unless I think you're like a Platonist where you believe that abstracts, concepts and abstracts are actually real things, but
I'm
not even going to go down that fucking rabbit hole.
Exact, like if you're going to say that a concept exists in physical reality, I want to know its geographical location, or even it's in the universe. Where does it exist? What is it called? Like you got like where does it? Where is the?
This is funny. I think he struggles for the next like 20 seconds or 30 seconds. He's looking for the word coordinate or coordinates, and he fails miserably. Shit. How you doing, Midnight?
Pretty well. I figured I saw you were live. I figured I'd start watching a little bit. But oh god, the Kalam cosmological argument, which, as you said, was which, as you said, is kind of like an offshoot of Aristotle's prime mover. That thing that's also part of what inspired Aquinas to write his 5 proofs for the for God, which is interesting.
Yeah. Either way, like I said, this one is, that's why I called this painful, because he starts trying to refute what Grayson is doing, but Grayson hasn't even finished restructuring the first premise yet. And as I read, the Kalam cosmological argument is 2 premises and a conclusion. So he, instead of just letting him, okay, let's see what he does with the first premise, go from there. And then, and the other thing is that Praise hasn't even bothered to actually look at the original Kalam cosmological argument to see if what what Grayson is doing is actually, oh, okay, I see what he's doing. He's taken this, he's changed these words around, whatever, and going from there. He's just really kind of sloppy. But again, I don't know why he wants to die on this hill. It's probably, how Praise gets it in his mind that, the more quote unquote non-believers he can beat up, he can get those notches in his belt kind of thing. His WWE mentality when it comes to beating on non-believers. Yeah, King James says a claim. Okay, well, I was confused because you added 3 question marks there at the end. So that's normally indicates an inquiry. I don't know how you know that God has no antecedent other than whatever has basically been whatever concept that has been applied to that abstract. So you've got this concept of a deity, and then is it a concrete app? You would probably say, well, the thing is that I think with Praise wouldn't even consider God. Maybe he wouldn't even consider God a concrete abstract, or excuse me, a concrete concept. So I don't even know how that works. But if you're going to say that God has no antecedent, I don't even know how you got there. I don't even know how you determine that God has no antecedent, other than someone just simply asserting that it has no antecedent, and then you accepting that it has no antecedent.
Exact. Let's say you have north at 32 degrees or something. Where is it? Give us its.
That is absolutely the stupidest thing I have ever fucking heard. Nobody is saying that it is a physical, that there is some kind of physical, that the idea of chair must, under naturalism, must be able to be found in a physical state. In this sense, it is found in a physical state. It is an emergent property of a physical brain. That's its location. In fact, I think Grayson actually responded to it down here. The precise location of abstract concepts in physical space, behind your eyes and between your ears. And the interesting thing is that goes for concrete concepts too.
What is it called in the map? Or when you give like some type of location that's not geographical. I'm thinking of something else.
Oh, I know what you're trying to think of here, Praise. Unbelievable.
GPS. Give us
There
the
it is.
thank you. I came to mind.
Okay, GPS just stands for geopositioning system. It's not what you're looking for. It's the coordinates. Oh shit. This is the guy he's gonna tell Grayson what's up, man, dude. I'm just gonna beat the shit out of you for trying to reformulate the cosmological argument, but I can't think of a fucking what they call location on a map. By the way, that's conceptual.
It was slow as turning the wheels.
But it came. Good job.
So yeah, give us the GPS location of concepts. If Grayson thinks that concept.
Yeah, I don't know where he gets that from. That's where he's doubling down. It has to be able to be located in physical space. It is located in physical space, but not in the way that you think it is.
Concepts are physical. I want the GPS location. What do they taste? What do they feel like? What do they smell like? What is the texture of a concept?
They don't know. Naturalists can hold to abstracta as emergent properties that do not have those tangible traits. That's why they call them abstracts. Right? Numbers are abstracts. And yet people who hold to naturalism can do mathematics. They can use those abstracts that basically comport to basically physical things. They're used to identify and to quantify and to qualify things all the time.
So concepts do not exist in reality. In fact, they transcend.
Concepts, in a sense, do exist in reality. They're an emergent property of minds. So in that sense, and when we say they're concrete concepts, yes, the concrete, that which has been conceptualized as being that concrete thing that has been now conceptualized is a physical thing, like a dog or a cat, right? Dogs and cats without concepts are still dogs and cats. You don't need a concept for a thing to exist. At least not in my position. A thing can exist without you being able to identify it. Conceptualizing and all that and applying abstracts and all that kind of stuff, that's a way for human beings to identify and to communicate things with one another. That's when the whole idea of making propositions, right? Making statements about things. It's how we survive. It's one of the things that's helped us to be a very successful, I guess, for lack of a better term, animal on this planet. Is our ability to identify things, and we all come to agree upon particular terms for things, so that if I say, watch out for that rock, people understand what that means.
Well, most people don't have praise anyway.
Yeah.
His question, like, what does the concept taste like? What does it feel like? Like, what are you saying?
He's trying to pick up. He's trying to beat up on something that he has nothing to beat up on. There's nothing here for him to beat. This is like, it's like he's literally like made himself a bowl of Jello, put some whipped cream on it, and he's like karate chopping it with his hands, thinking he's actually doing some kind. This is nothing. Like I said, Grayson hasn't even finished. He hasn't even finished restructuring the first premise of the Kalam cosmological argument, and praise has been going on for how long now? A couple minutes. It's ridiculous. Oh, you got to show me those. You're a naturalist, so you got to show me those, the GPS location of where those are at. No, he fucking does not. That is absolutely the most ridiculous thing I've ever fucking heard. And what it sounds like is, based on what I'm reading here, critical base theory. This is Grayson. I agree that the Grim Reaper paradox illustrates that there is an error in the assumptions that underlie the thought experiment. I can't wait to point out those errors in our debate. He's actually going to debate praise.
Oh, that should be fun. As in brain-inducing brain hemorrhagism.
Yeah.
That should be bad. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I did it once, and unfortunately drug Nicola's ass in with me.
And then he threatened to kill you, if I remember correctly.
Huh?
Or was
that was before. Oh no, that was before then.
Okay.
He tried to kill me. He threatened to kill me before then. He threatened to kill me pre-Gavin Hurleman.
Whatever the fuck happened to that guy? Anyway, he was kind of funny.
Gavin is not funny. Well, he's funny. He's funny, strange. He's not funny. Haha. Well, I mean, if you take it to all the goofy shit, though, well, I have to back that up. I mean, him not wearing pants during a debate, yeah, that's kind of fucking funny.
Look, okay, I will rephrase. The man himself isn't funny. What he does is funny. Is that
there?
Better?
You go. Yeah. He hangs out a lot on Discord now.
Well, good to know, I guess.
He hangs out with he likes to hang out with Johnny Haas, because Johnny Haas will tolerate or will babysit him, will kind of coddle him a little bit, especially if he starts getting really argumentative, because he'll, he still does that whole thing like he did with Red Fang, like, I will physically fight you. Like, everything to him is a macho man contest. It's really fucking hilarious. Oh, you don't want to debate me? Oh, you pussy. And it's like, nobody should debate you at all. You're a doddering old fuck.
Send reality, what you call physical reality, which I'm going to even push back and say that's not even true either. Physical reality, quote, or quote unquote physical reality.
See, that physical reality isn't true. Okay, you want to go any deeper than that there, philosophy speak, praise, man. I mean, what the
Uh,
fuck? Oh, it's not real physical reality. It's all virtual reality. Oh, for fuck's sake. So it's not
you
just
know,
reality.
Praise is one of those people that's making philosophy look bad. And it's exactly why people hate philosophy in the first place. It's because of people like Praise who just misuse it or
Anybody can well, that's the problem. If you're that gullible to think that he's making philosophy look bad, um that's a problem with the observer as well. You can watch a praise video, and whenever he starts talking about philosophy, you don't have to use your whole brain. You just get on Chat GPT and just look up how he's getting certain concepts, philosophical concepts wrong, and then you just go, yeah, this guy doesn't know shit from shit.
well, yeah. But I'm just saying there's other people out there who don't even do that. They're just like, oh, philosophy
No,
is
a lot of
bullshit and all that.
well, a lot of times the people that are on here are just basically placating to the idea that they all just come to kind of a group think eventually. As long as they all seem to be on the same page, either based on their eschatology, based on their soteriology, their views of how the world's going to come to an end and how Jesus is going to save us all and everything, they will overlook all of those other glaring things. All of it. As long as
Yep.
they're in that group think, as long as they get a warm fuzzy that everybody believes in God the same way and everybody's on the same sheet of music, fucking kumbaya. Once one of them starts to once there's a divergence, though, in anybody, in any way, shape, or form, you've seen it on his channel before, they will fuck that person up.
Yep.
It's like fucking sharks. It's like sharks on a whale corpse. It's fucking hilarious.
Because how do you know it's physical and based on what? You mean natural? Well,
It's based on you just talked about it, about taste, touch. You just gave it praise. The fact that you can see it, you can taste it, you can touch it, you can hear. That's based on how we call it the physical, right? I can't think real hard and pass through a fucking wall. Or just say, well, you know what? That wall's just a mental construct. I can go through that. It's not really real. There
You need
does seem
some
to be
fantasy.
there seems to be a reality. There seems to be a way that we experience reality, and there seems to be limitations in that reality, right? There seems to be that in the sense that, like, when you've given the hypotheticals about, well, Christianity is kind of like this idea, like you walk out in the street and there's a bus coming and we're yelling for you to get out of the way of the bus. Yeah, but in a real world, what does that mean? It's not a real world, so I guess the bus isn't really real, right? So I guess I'm not really going to be killed. Because I'm just a mental construct too, right? Ooh.
anything can be natural. It's a subjective term. So
Well, it's not. Well, Jesus, it's subjective. Yes, I don't disagree with that, but yeah, the natural is kind of interesting, especially if you have a conversation with someone like Jill, and he says an arm being broken is not natural, and it's like, yes, it is.
Wait, an arm being broken is not natural. What the fuck does that even mean?
because he conflates natural with being what comports to what's good for you. Right. You know how people kind of hold to the idea, ooh, this is an all natural cereal or an all natural this, or like if it's all natural, it's healthy, it's better for you. Yeah. So if somebody breaks their arm, that's not in nature. That's just not natural, because it's not good for you. It causes harm. So it's not natural. Bill has literally done that. It's fucking hilarious when he has. We're like, that is natural. To break an arm is something that occurs within hold on, states of affairs. So yes, it is a natural thing. It is a phenomenon that occurs. That's why bones can mend. That's why people have pins put in them and shit.
You just kind
the
of blew
chair,
my
the
mind when it comes to Jill.
Oh, he's fucking hilarious.
Yep.
Especially when he was doing that. I did that video where he was using his ways of fucking his burden of justification for like it was hilarious. He was like trying to tell this other Christian, you can't believe what Stormy Daniels is saying when it comes to her having sex with Donald Trump, because you either have to be there yourself or there had to have been a third party that can attest to the two of them fucking, right? But he believes everything in the Bible. And not only that, he would
Wow.
sit there and constantly appeal to the idea that when Ashley Biden's diary was confiscated and people got a hold of it and they read the parts in it where she wrote in her diary that she used to, when she was very young, she used to shower with Joe Biden. He believed that 100%, and from that inferred that Joe Biden was a sex pest, that he was basically doing sexually inappropriate things with Ashley Biden. And all he had was a woman's diary where she had wrote that was something that occurred. He believed that 100%. He wasn't there for it. He didn't have a third party to actually confirm it, but that he will believe because of his bias against Joe Biden.
Yep.
That's fucking hilarious. And the fact that he will believe a resurrection account as being true without anybody, none of those narratives say anything about a person having actually witnessed Jesus pop up from the dead. None of them do. It's all an inference. It's all reports of the idea the tomb is empty. Now there's reports of a person who some say, oh, that looks like Jesus, or Jesus boop, magically appeared in a room with his disciples and, hey, stick your fingers in my holes. And that's how they infer. And that's how they, whoop, oh yeah, Jesus must have rose from the dead.
The concept of a chair existed before the physical chair was created or assembled. Yes,
yes, but it didn't necessarily have to be called a chair for somebody to originally conceive of the idea of the chair before assembling those parts to make the chair. So they could have done it and then just said, I wonder what I can call this. Oh, I know, a chair.
Grayson would call a human being a person is physical. So he's assuming even it's all physical human beings, and he didn't even demonstrate that. And of course, we have the hard problem of consciousness.
Oh my God. You want him to prove, see, he's doing that again. He did this before, and he will do it in their debate. If they do have a debate, he will ask Grayson if he gets cornered on anything, he will ask Grayson to demonstrate reality. He did it to me.
I mean, somebody could ask you to demonstrate reality for them, but when you deny it.
I walked away.
Reality. Yeah,
if I remember correctly, I walked away. I was like, now you're just being absurd. Because he still holds to an idea of reality. It's just in his mind, for some reason, he's conjured in his mind that it's a mental construct, not necessarily not a physical construct. He's doing it right now. It's not a matter of a guy. It's not a matter of a transcendent or timeless, spaceless great mind that has brought about a physical reality. He is saying that all of reality, he's implying it, or insinuating, probably more insinuating is fair, that all of reality is a mental construct. It is not physical. He holds that it's a mental projection.
There's just so many problems with a pure physical human being it's a robot. Basically,
how in the hell are you getting to the idea of a purely physical entity being a robot? In your mind, a person that exists as a mental construct would essentially just be an NPC. How do we have any kind of individuality if we are just simply mental constructs? Has he explained that one at all?
Nope.
Because I'm trying to figure out how we even have individual thoughts, how we have free will, any of this stuff, if this is all just simply some form of fucking theological solipsism.
A robotic brain or something like that. A computer, like a lot of your naturalists will say your brain is like a computer. It's algorithmic.
Nobody is saying
hold on.
yeah, go ahead. Yep, you caught the same thing too.
Hold on, look, it's like a computer, okay? It's not exactly a computer. I mean, you could hold on, Jay. Please, I know you're laughing, but you could make the argument. You could make the argument that because we have neurons, that because we are a neural network, we follow the same steps as a computer in the sense of algorithm. Basically, algorithm is basically a recipe how to do something, right?
Yeah.
The algorithm could be brushing your teeth or I don't know, fucking your
I
wife.
I don't that's interesting. I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you because it's exactly what I thought when I heard the same thing. It's not a one when they say it's like a computer, they're not saying it's a one-to-one likeness.
Yeah.
This is like the time when he asked me, he told me that I needed something that would account for all of reality when I brought up the law, because they were talking about, he was reviewing Veckel's stream, and on Veckel's stream they were talking about the problem of evil, and so I asked which one are they specifically talking about, the logical or the evidential, and he disagreed with the idea that there was even a logical problem of evil, then basically tried to say that I couldn't ever argue that there's a logical problem of evil, because I would need something that would account for basically he was employing some kind of precept bullshit. And I said, why do I need the substitute? And he goes, it's not a substitute. It's something that takes its place.
That's what a substitute is.
That's what a fucking substitute is.
What the fuck?
If for some reason he thought that substitute meant it was something less than. And I'm like, holy shit, dude. Yeah, he's got to get. I got to send that boy some ginkgo.
Also, what is the difference between the logical problem of evil and the evidential problem of evil?
The logical problem of evil is that let me see if I can get it right. One has to deal with it. It's impossible for God to exist because it's logically, it doesn't logically work. I think the evidentiary goes to probability and the logical goes to the impossibility.
Interesting.
So based on the fact that we have examples of suffering, it doesn't seem probable that a God exists. Whereas the logical problem of suffering or logical problem of evil is that that the idea of an all good God and the fact that we see evil in the world, those are logically incompatible, because God is that which is necessary for everything.
There have been some interesting counters to the problem of evil. That's
which one?
I think the logical one, right? To where I could be wrong though, but to where God doesn't exist because evil exists, both natural and human. Some of the counter arguments are like, well, maybe God exists and evil exists because it's a way to test us and to have our soul build and all that crap. I don't know. That's the only one I can remember right now, but I have read a few of them.
Yeah, that's like the idea that suffering. Yeah, it's one of the ways. Who is it? It's Stephen Colbert. I watched a portion of an interview because he's a devout Catholic, and he was in an interview with Anderson Cooper, and that guy is a sadist. Stephen Colbert is a sadist. He started almost crying at the beauty of suffering, because suffering is what brings us.
He could just be a masochist.
That too. Either way, it was like, I was just like, really, dude? You're this bunch of a fucking flake? That there's that kind of that. Oh, it's all the suffering that brings us, that makes us realize how much we need God and how much we start to appreciate the beauty of reality. And I'm like, oh fuck.
Well, look, ignoring God out of the equation, suffering does seem to be necessary for life to grow, to to evolve. Like that's how we got here in the first place, is through life suffering. Like, maybe it's not. Well, you know what I mean. I know we use suffering to mean like the pain we go through. But go ahead.
Yeah, either way, it was hilarious. Yeah, I'm just taking a little break. I'm out here with the dog. She had to.
Okay, that's fine.
I'll get back to the video here. Problems of pet ownership. They have to use because if you don't let them out, they'll go in your home. I've seen
Small
it.
price to pay to be loved by pets. Their love is unconditional. At least dogs, anyway. Cats.
Yeah, cats. It's still on the fence, right? It's little fucking psychopaths.
Speaking of, how's your cat?
Oh, he's fine. He's still a jerk.
Of course.
He's a lovable jerk, but he's still kind of a jerk. He likes, he hates it when if I go somewhere, man, he hates it when I go somewhere.
Yep.
He cries at
By
the
the
window.
By the way, have you watched the new Joker yet?
No, I don't plan on it.
I think you're better off anyway.
It's a musical. No, I don't do musicals. I don't like musical numbers in shit. Like there was like a musical number in one of the episodes of The Boys, and I skimmed right through it. I was like, nope.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. It was like in season 1 or something.
Yeah. Season 2.
Oh right, fair enough. By the way, have you ever seen The Rookie?
The show The Rookie?
Yeah.
With Nathan Fillion?
I guess I'm on season 2 right now, and I love it.
Yeah, it's all right. It gets a little preachy though.
Yeah, well,
They do little PSAs in there. It's like, really? Okay.
yeah. But I like it. I mean, I'm obviously I'm not sure how accurate it is to actual police work, but yeah, it's interesting to watch.
Are you done yet? Or are you just going to go out there and sniff the yard all day? Maddie, let's go inside. Come on. Come on. Maddie, let's go. Don't look away from me. Come on. Maddie. Come on. Maddie. You can smell it later. Come on. You coming? Come on. Come on. Take your time. You take your time. Maddie. Come on. Let's go. Come on. Come on.
God.
I'm waiting on you, Slowpoke. Come on. Come on. Good girl. Thank you. Take your sweet ass time there, old girl. Hard to believe she's going on 8. Give her a chew here. There you go. All right. Get back to the show here in just a second. I didn't take her for a W this morning, so she's keeps looking at me with that look. You haven't walked me today. Yesterday, I took her for a 3.6 mile walk. And how do you know it was a 3.6 mile walk, Jay? It's called a smartwatch.
Nice.
And my legs are really sore for it. All right. Let's see. Do we have any more? Oh, yep. We got Guru Lady. Oh, actually, one at Guru Lady says could be worse. I cringed hardcore just watching the Transformers 1 trailer. Actually, I kind of want to see that. Pat's here. Nice to see you, Pat. Pavel. Oh, Tangelo is here.
Really? I was actually thinking about him before. Weird.
It may not actually be Otangelo. It might be Peter. There's two. There's Otangelo Grasso and there's an Otangelo G, so I'm not sure. I think Peter has multiple ones of Otangelo. Taking praise as weird subjective idealism seriously leads to some fun questions. For example, what exactly is mind? We can't appeal to our experience as we are mental states, not really minds. There's only one real mind, and it's what is essentially dreaming all the things around us. Yeah. See, Pat wrote, this is why I generally don't respect the majority of Christian apologists, the double standards regarding evidence, objectivity, uniformity, and critical inquiry scholarship are just overwhelming. All right, back to this here.
Or something. It just goes through algorithms. And that's just not true.
I don't think Praise knows what an algorithm is.
I mean, even
Nope.
brain plasticity. I mean, we have
This is hilarious.
neurosurgeons that
Somebody
demonstrated
kill me.
You'll like this. You'll like this.
people can
Let's hope so.
remap and rewire their brain to even prohibit a brain disorder. They can actually heal themselves. OCD patients. Jeff Shorts, look up Jeff Shorts. He's actually put out articles.
Okay. Are you saying that no physical process was going into play in order for them to mentally do what it is that they're doing? As though that the thinking happens independently of their brain, of their neurological processes, and that thinking will therefore affect their neurological processes in some physical way. So he's appealing to an idea of the physical, right? He's dealing with neuroplasticity, the physical wiring of the brain, and the way that neurons and stuff sometimes, in a sense, rewrite themselves based on, they can do this because of trauma, all sorts of things. So sometimes this happens under meditation and shit like that. Cool. But why do you think that's even a thing under a mental projection? Why would a mental construct even be able to do this?
Review articles, journals, books about how people can rewire.
Are those physical things, Praise? Are the journals or the books, are those physical things?
Their brain by just thinking.
Or are those just things that are mentally constructed by God in order for us to refer to them for some... I don't even understand how this is even working.
Thinking differently. So their thoughts can actually change the person's brain.
And how do thoughts... So there's a problem here. How do the thoughts come about, Praise? You seem to be appealing to thoughts as though these things can occur in a vacuum and then somehow have an effect on the physical substrate of neurons. Why would you even be appealing to this in any particular way? You don't hold to there being anything necessarily physical.
How it's structured, the brain structure. So is
the brain structure a physical structure, or is it a mental is the structure purely a mental projection?
It's absolutely false. And also quantum mechanics destroyed that also as well, which we'll get into. So first of all,
quantum mechanics destroyed what it is that you were just talking about, or the other part? Okay, never mind.
Grayson assumes
Hey.
that.
Yeah.
Do you remember that one Family Guy episode that had Peter with the shotgun saying, "I just want to talk to him. I just want to talk to him. I just want to talk to him. I just want to shoot him." I'm not threatening Praise, okay, YouTube? It was a joke. God.
the concepts are physical, which is that's not even really true in philosophy. Concepts are not described as physical.
It depends on what part of it depends on what branch of philosophy that you're referring to, Praise. Not all philosophy holds to naturalism. Idealism is a form of is a branch of philosophy, which is what you hold, which is what you seem to be holding to. Solipsism is a philosophy.
So I think he's already lost the debate right there. But then we'll get into
What debate? There is no debate. You don't have a debate. He's restructuring an argument. He's restructuring a syllogism, the Kalam cosmological argument. And you haven't even let him finish reworking the first premise. And now you're already claiming that you've won some kind of debate. What fucking debate, you renob?
more though.
As existence was already a property that all of the parts of the chair had before those parts were simply
We don't live in Fantasia, the movie. Has anyone ever
Why don't you let him finish fucking saying what he was going to say, Praise?
seen Fantasia in Disney?
Yes. Everybody has seen Fantasia. Most people have seen Fantasia. Even I've seen Fantasia. And I don't particularly like those kind of things.
That
Oh,
you've
yeah.
seen the broom, the mop, and the bucket were moving because the music was playing. We don't live in Fantasia. We live in a world of intentionality.
Oh my
And
God.
when it comes to, as far as, what
Does intentionality mean that it's intention? Oh, it's intention. Okay, it's intentionality. So it means it's all intentioned by a particular deity. Cool. So again, explain suffering, explain evil, explain rape, murder, adultery, theft, explain sin, please.
I'm just going to pull up my, I think it's easier for people to follow my thoughts when we can actually see
Oh my God, nobody should be found. I shouldn't even be doing this right now.
it. And they can even, I want people to see the argumentation itself. So Grayson doesn't understand. So there we go. How things exist conceptually before they exist physically.
Nobody. I think he does. I think he thinks that anything that's conceptual is based on is a product of our minds. So our physical, in order for there to be conceptualizing, there must be physical brains that have mind that do that. So in essence, Grayson would probably agree with me that in his position, if there were no minds, there would be no concepts. They could still be stuff, but no concepts that comport to that stuff. Basically, things would just exist without any concepts. This idea that Praise is doing is basically, he seems to be insinuating that in order for the chair to be a chair, there must be a concept that exists of chair that brings forth the reality of chairness.
Concepts, I would argue, that do not have a property of time on it. There is the concept of
A concept would have a property of time. Well, conceptualizing would have a temporal thing to it because you would have to first, the conceptualization would begin and then it would be completed by the mind. But now, if you're talking about the concept being like the concept of a transcendental, some entity that is transcendent, that transcends time and space, then all you're basically saying is somebody conceptualized a concept of something that has this particular trait where it transcends space and time, whatever that means.
red and blue, or the concept of good and bad, or the concepts. I mean, even conceptual things like the laws of logic, they're conceptual.
Very good.
Time doesn't change it because in the past,
Yes, they can change over time. Ideas can change.
so the law of non-contradiction doesn't change because it was in the past, the present, or the future. It remains true regardless of whatever tense time that you claim. So actually,
I don't know about that, but
you can say that concepts do not have time. There doesn't have an element of time to it.
I don't have necessarily have a problem. Again, this seems to be without delineating between the idea of conceptualizing and the concept. A concept comes about through a person conceptualizing something. The concept is the product of a mind that's conceptualizing. That's how that works. And there was a time when that conceptualizing began and when that conceptualizing ended.
Before they are put into action physically. So Grayson's assuming his conclusion in his premises, which is begging the question.
You haven't given the premise yet. I don't know how he's begging the question. I haven't seen the argument yet. You haven't shown his argument. You're making an argument that Grayson doesn't understand how things exist conceptually before they exist physically. Please give us an example of something that exists physically or that exists physically in virtue of the concept. Or it is ontologically dependent on a concept existing before the object can be what it is. I think that would be a better way of putting it. Right? So obviously, like when a chair is constructed, it exists in virtue of the conceptualization of that. Somebody constructed it and said, and they labeled it, they labeled that particular thing that they've constructed a chair. So in that sense, sure. But if you're referring to the idea that a concept or a physical thing must necessarily exist because it's ontologically dependent on the concept existing in some way, shape, or form before it can exist, that's weird. Because when it comes to concrete concepts like cats and dogs, those things that we've conceptualized, that we have attached labels to, those things under realism, they could exist without us having any way of identifying them. The concept of dog doesn't even need to apply. It just is, right? A baby can interact with the family dog and has no idea, does not even understand the concept of dog, but it is still interacting with that physical thing in what seems to be reality. This isn't difficult, but again, Praise, you don't think anything exists physically. So your position doesn't seem to be consistent. In your position, it should be that everything just exists conceptually, that because you don't think that anything is physical. So you're appealing to something that you don't even hold to. That in order for there to be the physical, there must be the conception, there must be the concept first. But you don't think anything is really physical. Everything is just ontologically concept.
Material causes involving humans must involve intentionality, which is not material. So what does intentionality look like? What is
you don't think anything is truly material, right? So why would you be appealing to the material? Your position is that everything is mental.
Intentionality.
See how he loses his own, how he's inconsistent with his own positions? Or am I losing my mind?
You're losing your mind, anything consistent. So both can be true.
You're right. Those are not mutually exclusive.
They taste like, smell like, there's another non-physical element which goes into causation. Intentionality is non-physical. How do you test intentionality? You can't map, you can't brain.
And you don't have to actually have intents. You don't have to. It could be the case that there is no intent to the universe.
Map intentionality. If someone wants to rob a bank, they're not. If you brain mapped every robber in the world, you're not going to see that. I mean, every brain. I'm just saying. Let's say, like, I'm going to give an example. Like,
Why would anybody be mapping a brain? It's not really real. You keep appealing to things as though they're actually physical things that actually exist in some kind of physical sense, but you don't think that they actually exist in any real physical sense. This doesn't make any sense, Praise. You're not just, all you have to basically do is all you have to do is basically just say Grayson holds that there's actually physical things, but he can't demonstrate that that physical reality exists. The end. Because based on your position, that's what he would have to do. He would have to demonstrate that physical reality is physical reality for you to be convinced that there's actually a physical reality versus just all of reality being quote unquote virtual reality or mental construct.
Okay. Hypothetical scenario. Let's say someone hooked up a brain, or they weren't. Yeah, let's say someone hooked up like some brain machinery to a robber before the night happened.
Oh my God. Oh shit. This is. Yeah, that's funny. Shape-shifting monkey goes, but the broom was brought to life intentionally by Mickey Mouse. He didn't even watch Fantasia. Logic has changed over time and not just in a cumulative way, like introducing the principle of explosion. Modus Doropti was valid in Aristotelian logic, but is no longer valid in classical logic. What is modus Doropti? Modus Doropti is a classical syllogistic form or mood of a syllogism in Aristotelian logic. It's one of the valid forms or moods of categorical syllogisms, specifically from the third figure of syllogisms. In this figure, both premises share the same subject, and the conclusion has the shared subject as its middle term. Huh. Modus Doropti follows this structure: major premise, a universal affirmative statement, all M are P. Minor premise, SM, a universal affirmative statement, all S are M. Conclusion, S is P. A particular affirmative conclusion, some S's are P. The form of Doropti can be broken down like this: all M are P, all S are M, therefore some S are P. Interesting. Example of modus Doropti: major premise, all mammals are warm-blooded. Minor premise, all cats are mammals. Conclusion, therefore some cats are warm-blooded. Why is the conclusion some S are P? The conclusion is particular some rather than universal, because while the premises tell us that all members of the set S are included in set M and all members of set M are included in set P, they do not guarantee that every single member of S is necessarily a member of P in a way that would make a universal conclusion valid. In Aristotelian logic, it's safer to infer that some members of S are P rather than all. Okay, that's interesting. Okay.
You might see some things lit up like excitement. I mean, you might see something like that, or nervousness, but you're never going to see the intentionality. You can never brain map that. There's
Well, what was it? This is probably something for Nick. I don't know if I ever asked Nicola this in a DM, but somebody was talking about, I think it was Praise. He was referring to like the law of excluded middle. And somebody asked me, somebody asked me to demonstrate like how that, what was it they asked me? I don't remember, but I basically told them that paradoxes, right? So if you have the proposition, this sentence is false, that's a paradox. So the idea that, you know, in the law of non-excluded middle, it's basically a proposition is either true or it is false. So it's dichotomous. But in the case of a paradox, like this sentence is false, it's neither or both. So yeah, you can have fun with someone with that. But I might have taken some liberty with that. So, but it was fun to watch somebody kind of go, oh, well, that somebody just said, well, that statement is true. And I said, how so? Or no, it was this statement or this sentence is a lie, I think is what I wrote. The sentence is a lie. And the person said, that's true. And I said, no.
Certain things that physical material explanations end. And this is the issue. This is where he drops the ball.
I don't know how he's dropped the ball on anything. Again, we haven't even heard Grayson give us his restructuring of at least premise one, and you already seem to be refuting a debate that has not happened, or trying to debate something that has not even been brought up. It's essentially a straw man at this particular point. I could just basically conclude that you're arguing a straw man. I don't even know if Grayson has made any of these positions, if he's even said that these are his positions on anything. I would probably be safe to say that Grayson would disagree with you that things exist conceptually before they exist physically, since it seems to be from our examples that in order to have concepts just in general, there have to be physical things like humans with brains that have minds that produce concepts. You would basically say, well, no, the concept of human would have to exist in order for human to be. But again, I doubt that Praise has looked up the difference between abstract concepts and concrete concepts and any of that shit. And the thing is ChatGPT is right at his fingertips. He can go right to it. In fact, he can even run some of his shit that he's been writing here through ChatGPT, and it will probably argue against him. I'm not going to do that, but fuck.
This is his error. It's begging the question, physicalist, naturalist worldview, which falls into.
But you just appealed to the physical by making the claim. You've just made the claim. You've implied it by saying that the physical exists in virtue of concepts. That all of physicality is what it is based, it's ontologically dependent on the concept being brought forth.
The pieces, it crumbles into pieces. So you'll see here, Grayson also, he'll even say, well, we know nothing comes into existence out of nothing because the laws of thermodynamics.
The reason Grayson's argument fails is because we know the universe is not. Again, he's going to read that. I just skipped ahead there. But again, I don't know what Grayson's argument is.
Well, it's sort of a non sequitur, Grayson, because when we say like the first, second laws of thermodynamics, they concern the Einsteinian, Newtonian physics. not fundamental quantum mechanics.
Einstein shit and Newton shit. Newtonian. Huh? What is he talking about? I'm not a big science guy here, but that just sounds absolutely fucking ridiculous. What the fuck is he talking about?
Look, Newton it was known as classical mechanics, right? To where we can actually predict how an object will fall down a hill because of Newton, right? But on the quantum mechanics scale, Newton doesn't work. That's why quantum physics exists. But then Einstein came up with the general field of relativity, which takes into consideration gravity. Honestly,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, that doesn't. Wow.
Laws of thermodynamics are irrelevant to what is fundamental, and that is quantum information. We know that's a fact. That's
Quantum woo. He's pulling out the quantum woo.
or scientific fact. We know that's something that's even in.
How do you know nothing is a scientific fact? It's all mental construct. There is no actual facts. Everything is subjective because it's all mental construct, Praise. You don't have anything objective here. It's a mental construct. At least in the sense of some kind of mind-independent fact. This is all contingent on something thinking it up.
Disputable now. That is, I would say, consensus view. And when I mean fact, too, that it's universal. It's universally the case. So let's get back to. I just wanted to kind of lay some of these points out so people can.
Can somebody find Grayson? Oh, I want to tell him, hey, I think Praise just beat you before you even have a debate. Don't bother. By the way, this is one of the reasons why like when he goes, oh, I'm going to debate you and everything, and then he pulls shit like this. This is when people who are going to debate him need to just bow the fuck out. They just need to say no, because I already see what you're doing.
And follow.
He's trying to declare a victory before he ever even has an actual debate with Grayson. And I guarantee you that if they do actually have their debate, Praise will refer to this video saying, I showed this in a video where I beat you on this.
The argumentation and how we can dismantle his.
So then the debate won't be a debate. It will just be a continuation of Grayson disagreeing with the things that Praise has said in this video.
Objections. Right, but non-physical doesn't make it supernatural, right? But no one is arguing that. We're just dismantling or overturning Grayson's assumptions of material.
We have not seen Grayson's assumptions. You have been appealing to them as though that those have been shown. We have not seen that yet. All Grayson was originally going to give was a restructuring of the Kalam cosmological argument. We have not even seen the finished product of even the first premise, let alone the entire Kalam restructuring of the Kalam cosmological argument as he stated it in his video. You have been assuming that everybody in your audience knows all of Grayson's positions on shit and are arguing against it. This is the stupidest and most disingenuous shit I think I have ever seen you do. You're better off threatening people with death, Praise. You're more honest that way.
Ouch. Not wrong, but ouch.
Causation. But it's easy to get immaterial to supernatural. It's really easy. Because supernatural is just what's beyond natural.
What the fuck kind of appeal is that? It's just beyond that's natural. Isn't that what you've been saying is what is natural? Praise? Is anything actually natural? In what sense what do you mean? You just said natural is a subjective term. Now you're appealing to supernatural as though it is actually something to consider over the natural, which you didn't really you didn't even clearly define what the natural is. If you want to say that the natural is all states of affairs, and then you go, okay, well, the supernatural is something that is outside of the bounds of what we would refer to as all states of affairs, then you just still have an extension of states of affairs. But again, I'm just speculating at that point. But I still don't understand how this works in your view, where you were literally saying, well, Grayson would have to show us that there's actually the physical. I don't think that's the case.
Or what the scientific method cannot explain. So
the scientific method may not even hold. It's just, we don't even know if we have the scientific method even correct. It's just at this point, you're just saying it's all just a mental, it's just basically mentally constructed individuals which somehow have quote unquote minds of their own, which I don't even know how you could honestly argue that we as mental constructs could ever even have minds of our own, because our minds of our own would still simply be mental constructs. And the way that our minds work and everything is all dictated by the mental formulation, by this particular entity thinking that into existence, or thinking that into some kind of existence, whether it be a quote unquote virtual existence, a physical existence, a supernatural existence, natural, whatever. You're all over the map, Praise. There's nothing definitive here. You're not even definitive on your own position. The fact that you literally said Grayson doesn't understand how things exist conceptually before they exist physically. You just said you don't think anything's really physical. Why didn't you just stick with your position? Why don't you just stick and be honest with your position that everything is just mental?
transcends the scientific method. And yeah, there's like causation, concepts. They don't exist in physical time and space. There is no GPS location. There is no physical properties you can ascribe to concepts. So let's go back to
very, very good. But your position is that all of reality is that.
his video, and then we're going to get into his William Lane Craig video as well. You can see how this spurred the William.
I don't even know how you even got here. You introduced shit. You started out with his William Lane Craig video, and then you got into this without any kind of context whatsoever as to how you got any of this shit. How you established that this is Grayson's position on anything. You are just literally having your audience take you at your word that you know exactly what Grayson's position is, and when it comes to the physical, when it comes to the all of this shit, what his exact position is when it comes to being a naturalist or holding to some kind of naturalism, or whether he's a methodological naturalist, metaphysical naturalist, whatever.
So William Lane Craig saw this video and he responds, and then for some reason, Grayson thinks that that he thought that he could appeal to some philosophers and they would rescue him, and he gets the win. Like they're all high-fiving each other. Oh yeah, we just destroyed William Lane Craig.
It doesn't destroy William Lane Craig. It might be a really good way of deflating the way that William Lane Craig uses the Kalam cosmological argument as a way of, as some kind of reasonable, possibly reasonable demonstration of the Christian God existing. It doesn't defeat William Lane Craig en masse or as a whole. It would just defeat William Lane Craig's position on the Kalam cosmological argument. You idiot. I'll reconstruct Kalam fitting in Praise's weird idealism. That I'm kind of curious to see.
You didn't, because we're going to demonstrate that.
I don't know why you're appealing to. I don't know why you need to defend William Lane Craig, because you told me William Lane Craig is an evidentialist as a way of basically blowing off the idea that William Lane Craig defined what the logical problem of evil and the evidential problem of evil or suffering are, and you were the one that made the claim, well, the logical problem of evil doesn't even exist.
Let's go through the rest of what he's trying to say here.
Rearranged into the chair. And you say, well, look, if it's made out of wood, then that wood came from a tree, and that's where the wood was created. But then again, you deal with the exact same problem.
No, the wood wasn't created. The wood was used in creating the tree. Whether or not the tree is created is a whole other. That's a whole other bag.
The wood is made primarily of carbon atoms, and those carbon atoms already existed in the.
We even see it is uniform across the board. We see intelligent agency whenever anything, when it has to do.
You're inferring intelligent agency, Praise. You're inferring it. You have not seen it. You have not seen an intelligent agent create even a tree or create particles. And again, you don't agree that these things are physical entities to begin with. Your position is even flightier than that, because in your position that you have been insinuating or implying, a little bit of both, I would say, is that everything is a mental construct of this thing. Everything is a mental construct. Nothing is actually physical. It's all mental. It's just virtual reality.
I would like to add that just because it could be virtual reality to the entity, it would be real to us. So it's a moot point, honestly.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
With this world, as far as human beings or agents are concerned, intentionality, purpose, will, things just don't naturally cause it. Trees, I mean, trees just don't make paper.
Nobody is saying that. Praise. Who's saying that? And that's not even what Grayson is referring to.
I wish I was high and or drunk for this.
Naturally, paper doesn't fall off trees. Money, like that old saying, money does.
Actually, philosophically, when you think about it, paper does kind of fall off trees. You know, paper comes from wood pulp, and when the branches fall off, that's in a way paper falling off a tree.
I mean, well, hold on. You can go even further and say leaves don't have a paper because you can write on them if you want to.
Sure.
There you go.
Doesn't fall off.
Paper is a very subjective term.
Trees.
The fuck are we watching?
So what would make?
We're watching Praise. That's why I called this painful.
Well,
money. What, you know? I'm just saying. He's saying trees. Well, you're.
Were you gonna go to money there, Praise? Was he gonna refer to money as paper?
Fall off trees. So
I mean,
what would make money? What, you know, I'm
anything.
just saying. He's saying trees.
Yeah, he just said money. He just said money. Money is not made of paper. It's made of a cotton fiber blend.
You're still
what an idiot.
avoiding the
Money is primarily made of cotton, if I remember correctly. It's not paper.
problem. You're still dodging the problem.
What problem? Oh, the problem of consciousness, right? You haven't. Again, we haven't heard Grayson's point. And he's sitting there knowing exactly. Oh, Jesus. Praise. If you've watched the video before, you can't assume that your audience has watched the video before you went into this. You have to let those things play out.
Is intentionality, purpose, will, desire.
Hey,
That
Gray,
is causation.
I'll see you
Yeah.
later. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Bye.
Nobody cares what this J Pasic says about anything. The universe is finally calmed for teleological tuning. Atheists believe my car came from nothing of soup. Ah, Dr. Josh has upped his game. How long have I been going on this thing? Too long. Oh, geez, I'm almost at 2 hours. Fuck me running.
Agent causation, for example. You didn't even address agent causation, which is a legitimate metaphysical, philosophical
You haven't let him really finish a point, Praise, so I don't know what you're doing.
viewpoint today. Agent causation.
Agent
So he just came in with he
causation.
just comes in with these assumptions, and it's the old 1, 2, 3, I win.
Oh my God, where are you even getting that from, Praise?
I just claim victory. It's like you just knock the pieces.
You've been doing it this entire time, Praise. You're basically saying, "Oh, I've beat him. I've beat his debate. I've basically debunked him," and blah blah blah. This is
off the chessboard and claim victory.
talk about projection. Fucking A.
This is what I see Grayson doing. So let's go now to Grayson's video with William Lane Craig.
Wait. That's all you're giving us of that fucking one video? He didn't even finish restructuring it.
And let's get her done. Boy, man, this is excellent, Praise. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Absolutely. I mean, it doesn't, anyone with a basic understanding can overturn and refute this.
A basic understanding of what, Praise? A basic understanding of what?
It's rubbish.
Amen.
So let me get to the part where William Lane Craig, I think.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
And then he has, I think he
So you're not going to show the completed 9-minute video of where Grayson restructures the Kalam cosmological argument. So we don't know what happened there from Grayson's own position. And now you want to get to William Lane Craig's response to the thing that we have not seen or heard of what he's responding to. You are a fucking genius, Praise.
appealed to philosophers that are, secular philosophers, which I've even butted heads with. All right, here we go.
What are you mean you've talked to people that are more informed on philosophy than you? Sure. I don't know if you've ever had a real conversation with an actual philosopher.
So let's start with Grayson when he thinks he's going to get one up on William Lane Craig here, which is pathetic. Here we go.
Ex nihilo from nothing.
Now remember, when we say nothing, what do we mean by nothing? Ex nihilo, creation in the Genesis. We don't mean there's literally something that everything spawned out of nothing, the concept of nothing, because that wouldn't even exist. I don't even think that's intelligible.
No, ex nihilo is creation without anything to create with. Most people understand ex nihilo as being like God's creating things by pure will, which is not something that we have examples of. Which I don't know why you're going to be saying creation ex nihilo. And that normally it goes along with the idea that there is God that is creating a physical reality. You don't hold that God has created a physical reality, that this is a mental construct of that God. So in essence, there isn't really anything going on. This is just mental. This is just mental. It's all conceptual. There is no physical creation. It's just God being some kind of transcendent, timeless, spaceless, whatever, timeless, spaceless mind, whatever, that is creating time and space and a reality that we all seem to be sharing in by it purely projecting it mentally. It is mental solipsism. All you've done is adopt, in a way, what Darth Dawkins was talking about, the idea that God instantiates and sustains reality. But as though the only reason that he was talking to a Christian about that, Darth Dawkins was talking to somebody about that. Well, it was an atheist, and he was trying to explain that the reason why, like, if a child closes their eyes and then reopens their eyes and they still see the teddy bear there, is because God is sustaining the bear. His mind is making that thing still be there. It's not a physical thing in and of itself. It has to be sustained by God's mind. If there was no mind, which I believe that's basically appealing to kind of like some kind of Berkeleyan ideal, that the reason why reality stays the same when we walk out of a room and we come back is because God is sustaining all of reality. He instantiated it, and now he's actively, mentally sustaining it. That is the intentionality.
Cool. It's oxymoronic in itself. We mean nothing physical. Intentionality, will, those things we know are immaterial. They're not physical, but yet they are fundamental. I would say they are robust in our world, in our reality. Like buildings, intentionality, will, desire makes buildings. And yes, we know it's nothing, it comes, you can say, yeah, it's
But
working with.
we have examples of that. So now you seem to be implying an anthropomorphic to the idea of God, right? But that's the idea of us human beings using physical objects, using the things that we see, that we experience within reality, manipulating them and building buildings with them, drawing up the plans, figuring out how things can work structurally to basically be stable, right? So we don't build a freaking 50-story skyscraper and have everybody fall out of it, or just come collapsing down. Right? That's the example that most people will go to. You're basically the idea that a lot of people think is that, at least when I was growing up as a Christian, was that God was created. Well, in fact, some of them didn't even think this deep about it, because I've brought this up before, where I was in a Sunday school class and the Sunday school teacher gave us these little puzzles. And it was a Sunday school class. It was basically to refute the idea of evolution, right? Or even Big Bang cosmology, right? And it's the idea that you have this little puzzle, you dump the pieces out on the table, and then you like, well, look at the chaos. Look, it doesn't make any sense. But when you put it all together, you put the pieces together, oh, look, you get a picture of a little like a pot or a cat or a dog or whatever. They were like little 25-piece puzzles. And the thing is that the thinking behind this lesson didn't even go as deep as to say who made the pieces. who made the pieces that this order comes out of? And that's the ex nihilo part. That's the idea that God is willing into existence all of the physical stuff that makes up everything else. At least how I understand it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's a little bit more to it than that. But that's how I understand it. The physical reality actually exists. And the way that that physical reality came into existence, God willed the physical things into existence. He willed these parts from his mind. It's not a mental construct. He literally poofed physical things into existence. What some of you Christians don't like to refer to as magic.
With already existing materials, but the concept you can say is what caused it. We have examples.
No, the concept didn't cause it. The human being thought it. The concept doesn't just occur in a vacuum. Concepts happen due to conceptualizing. That's the phenomenon. You are implying that a concept exists independent of anything. That it is in itself a thing in and of itself without process to it. No process occurred in order for the concept to come about. So basically what you're saying is conceptualizing does not exist. The idea of a person constructing a concept does not exist. It seems like what you're saying is that concepts are adopted.
Of metaphysical causation that has nothing to do with natural physicality. So let's let Grayson hang himself a little bit, that we're going to get into the science, philosophy, and expose Grayson.
What that means is that it was assembled from pre-existing parts and not created ex nihilo, as in not created.
This will be good. So I hope this is really praise. Has really evolved from his past drunken drive. I hope that you've evolved from threatening to kill me. How about that? And no, I don't drink anymore. And you must be horrible at being able to pick out if a person's drunk or not. Because I'm not even close. I haven't had a drop. But here's the best thing about this, praise. You spent, I don't know, you might have just got here, but this is the funny thing, if that's really you. I'll just say this again. You spent not even 2 minutes on the first video, the video that started this all rolling from Grayson. You didn't even let him finish the restructuring that he was going to do of the Kalam cosmological argument. You seem to spend the first like 20 some minutes what to me seemed to be a straw man. Because you gave nothing to anyone about Grayson's actual positions on anything. Like anything that Grayson is saying, where his position stands on something, we got nothing of that. Now you've jumped over to this other video where Grayson is addressing what William Lane Craig's response was to this. So we didn't see the full video, the 9-minute video of him restructuring the Kalam cosmological argument. We haven't seen William Lane Craig's response to that, but now we're going right to Grayson's response to William Lane Craig's response. Yes, I am actually fully sober, praise. The only beer I have now is non-alcoholic beer. Do you know why? Because I'm an alcoholic. So I don't drink anymore. Still smoke every once in a while, but I don't even use cannabis anymore. The only amount of cannabis that I use is THC-free CBD and CBG. Stone sober. What I can't figure out also is why in the video here you were appealing to the idea you made the claim that the physical comes about from the conceptual, but you yourself don't hold that there's actually anything physical. That to me is hilarious. I don't know. Yeah, okay. Grayson, okay, let's preview that because this is good. I like this. Grayson is just as dumb as you're. Everyone knows what he was arguing. No, I don't know what he was arguing. He was restructuring the Kalam cosmological argument, and I never even got to hear the restructuring of the first premise. He got as far as talking about basically the wood that's being used for chairs comes from trees. You got 2 minutes into that 9-minute video. And the only thing is that this wasn't an actual argument. This was a restructuring, his restructuring of the Kalam cosmological argument in a way to make it sound, which we never got to fully hear. I agree that physicality is I understand it's a word that we use to basically describe what we consider tangible. The stuff that we see, the stuff that we taste and touch and all that kind of shit. I agree. Physicality is an abstract. It's a label. But does physicality exist in light of the concept? Because you don't seem to think that physicality, if physicality is a concept and concept makes that which is a concept makes the physical, then is it the case that there is actually the physical because there's the concept of physicality? Dude, I don't know how I'm being slow. You're the one that's being extremely vague. You actually asked Grayson to demonstrate physicality, as though physicality isn't, because, and I think you even said that you don't think physicality is even a thing. So is your position, do you still hold to the position that everything is a mental construct, and that by that measure that everything that we're doing, everything that we're experiencing that we're experiencing it inside the mind of a deity? Or do you hold to some kind of weird deistic solipsism that God is an entity and he's projecting reality and we are all just merely mental projections? All of this is just merely a mental projection of that God's mind. Because I don't know how you disagree with the physical, but then basically claim that Grayson doesn't understand that the physical necessarily comes from the concept, from a concept, without actually delineating between the idea that a concept normally comes about through the phenomenon known as conceptualizing, which is normally brought about by minds. And so by that measure, you're basically saying, well, there has to be this greater mind that comes up with concepts in order for those things to exist. So everything is a concept, right? No, I didn't get that from the argument. Grayson made it clear he was arguing from the beginning of the video. He was arguing reconstruction of pre-existing matter. No, I didn't get that. Again, he didn't finish restructuring. The Kalam cosmological argument is two premises and a conclusion. He was working on reconstructing the first premise, which you never even got through that. I don't know what you mean by reconstruction of pre-existing matter. It's just basically we're constructing things based on existing matter. Concepts exist independent of something thinking it. Where are you getting that from? So you're a Platonist now? So think about what you're saying. So concepts exist independent of even God? If God is a mind, what's God then? No, no. What he was saying from the beginning was he was in the process of restructuring the first premise of the Kalam cosmological argument. You never even got through that. Two premises and the conclusion. You never even got through that. You started basically what just seemed to me to be you straw manning things that we just basically your audience would just take from you as being the truth when we never actually even heard Grayson's position on anything. But that's an interesting claim. Concepts exist independent of something thinking it. Neat. So God doesn't have, so concepts can exist independent of God? Yes. He just defeated you right there. Is that there is a mental space where concepts exist that transcends physical space. So they're not independent. They're dependent on a mental space. Wait, what mental space has no thinking? It seems Praise believes in Plato's demiurge. Yeah, I'll put the thing in. I'll have to rework that Kalam cosmological argument I sent you on Discord to incorporate the Plato's demiurge. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's not even close. I'm asking you a question. I didn't say that you were a Platonist. I asked if you were a Platonist. Because at this point, I don't know what your position is anymore. Because you used to hold to this position that everything that is of the mind of God. Now I don't know what you're fucking doing. Now you're saying concepts are independent of anything thinking it, but they exist in some kind of mental space that transcends space and time. I don't know where you got that woo-woo from. I'm asking you. I'm not making the claim that you are a Platonist. I was just simply asking the question. If you think that concepts and abstracts are actually real things. There are some people who actually think that and hold to that. Yeah, and that's a good question too. How can you have a mental space without sans a mind? Or maybe sans a mind? Yeah, I don't know how there's a mental space without mind. The laws of logic, for instance, existed timelessly, but they are not abstractly. I never said that they were. Are they a concept? Are the laws of logic a concept? I don't think you understand what a concept is. Yes, concepts are real transcendental objects. Really? Do they transcend God? Do they transcend God? And I agree. Either concepts exist in the mind of God or they do not. Which is it, Praise? Okay. Are those independent of God? Is that concept independent of the laws of logic as concepts, independent of God? Because you just said they're independent of a mental state. They are descriptive and prescriptive of God's logical nature. So God has to comport to the laws of logic? God's not independent of the laws of logic? God is they prescribe what God does? You just said they're concepts and that they're independent and they exist in some mental state. Just a concept doesn't have a thing can be a thing without a concept that goes with it. Do you not understand that, Bryce? Do you not understand that a child, as far as a baby can interact with a dog and have no knowledge of the concept of a dog, and that dog exists? What we refer to as a dog. Do you think that dog only exists because dog is dog? Just because they're prescriptive and descriptive to us doesn't mean they're for us. If they describe his nature, then how are they not for God? If they're part of describing and prescriptive to God's nature, then how can they be not for God? I didn't make an argument. That doesn't follow, Jay. I didn't make an argument. I'm asking questions. I'm trying to follow where you're going. I'm trying to get what you're getting to because right now you seem to have a concept of a God that seems to be dependent on concepts because the concepts exist independent of it. Is God a concept? Does God exist as a concept and only as a concept? I'd be careful with that one too. This is hilarious, Praise. If you're expecting to go after Grayson with this level of derpitude, have fun with that. I don't think Grayson realizes how stupid you really are. Because right now, what is reality? God is pure actuality. God is logical, and his logical nature permeates reality. What is reality, Praise? I want you to demonstrate to me what God is logical and his logical nature permeates reality. What is reality? How do you define reality? The collection of particulars. What particulars? Nope, it's really him. Yes, I want to know what particulars. Are the particulars just something that exist independent of God? That there are just sets of particulars that are what they are, and that they're not dependent on a deity? I don't know what you mean. At this point, Praise, I don't know concrete particulars. What are concrete particulars? Everything you said everything was concepts. Did you mean abstract concepts? Because now you're appealing to concrete particulars. If concrete normally refers to physicality, to tangible things. Are you saying that there's actual tangible things? Because before you were implying that there were no actual tangible things. That Grayson would have to demonstrate that reality is actually a physical thing. Do you not know what concrete is? Conceptual universals unify concrete particulars. I don't know what that means, Praise. Normally we normally have things that are concrete, and the conceptualization of those concrete things doesn't necessarily have to take place. Those things that are can simply be are without any concept that comports to them. Do you not understand that? Do you think that in order for humans to exist, there must be concept? There must be the concept of a human in order for humans to exist. Are we ontologically dependent on the concept? And are we physical based on the concept being the case? I don't know what pay grade has to do with anything, Praise. You've demonstrated that there is no pay grade here. You're still an amateur. As Pine Creek Doug has said, I could probably beat you with one part of my brain tied behind my back. Or one half of my brain tied behind my back. I'm going off of what I understand of concrete concepts and abstract concepts. I don't know what you're talking about because you seem to be creating your own kind of philosophy here. So I'm trying to suss out what that is. Yeah. He is failing to understand the conceptual distinction between a universal tennis and a concrete thing / event, a tennis match. Yeah. I would say that that's a real, that is pure projection. I'm not the one that has butchered these videos. You are trying to make a case for something here, and I don't know what it is. You jumped from, you gave us 2 minutes of a video, so that did not show what Grayson was, what his full thing was. Then you haven't even given us what William Lane Craig's response was to that, and now you're going to Grayson's response. I am sober, Praise. If that's the excuse that you want to do, you sound like Gavin now, by the way. I still can't believe that you cannot tell the difference. After all the times that we've had conversations, you cannot tell the difference between sober me and drunk me. Yeah. Well, yes. And Simus, I am going to say that is him being ad hom. You're basically saying that nothing that I'm saying can be taken into consideration because I'm drunk. Well, I hate to tell you, there's this little Latin term that I like that's called in vino veritas, but Other than that, it doesn't apply here. I'm not drunk. I don't know how this is cope. I don't think you understand what cope is. I don't even know if I agree with Grayson at all, because I didn't even see the full video. I can't say that I agree with you or I agree with him. Nothing, because you didn't finish anything that Grayson. You just assumed that everybody knew where Grayson stood. You even assumed that by naturalism, a person who holds to naturalism has to be able to point to the concept of chair on a map or find it at an actual physical location somewhere in the world. You still do that dumb shit, which is absolutely amazing. You can come in. I put a link up. If you want to come in, you can. Because I don't know what you're talking about. If this is your way of trying to make a case for the God that you believe in, it's definitely not a God that a lot of Christians hold to. I wonder if your fellow theological buddies know the really almost progressive snowflake liberal position that you have on the God of the Bible or the Christian God, that it's some kind of you haven't even just there's nothing here. Like you've talked your way out of it, but you still hold to it. And you still didn't answer my question. If you are here still, what is reality? And do you actually hold that reality is nothing more than something that is occurring inside the mind of God? I don't think you understand classical philosophy. Define for me what classical philosophy is. There's philosophy. I don't know what you mean by classical philosophy. So tell me what classical philosophy is. Because you've in your quote unquote use of classical philosophy, you appealed to Einstein, Newton, and quantum physics. Reality is a collection of particulars. Does that reality, that collection of particulars, where does it exist? Where do the particulars exist? Remember, you're the one that holds to the idea that everything that don't you hold to the idea that everything that exists because of God? That everything that has an existence, everything that has its ontology is dependent upon God's ontology? Where does they exist in metaphysical? What's metaphysical space? Is that a mental state? Where's metaphysical space at, Jill? Or Jill? It might as well be Jill. Praise. Where is metaphysical space? I don't know what that is. Explain this to me like I don't know it. Because at this particular point in time, I don't know it. I don't know what you mean. Because if you're trying to convince me that a God exists, you're going the wrong way about it. I don't even know exactly how you. Yeah. This isn't classical philosophy. This is bastardizing Plato, Berkeley, Aquinas, and several other classical philosophical views that are not that are not theologically inspired. Classical philosophy is Aristotelian and Aquinas. Then why? Then How much of that have you actually read? Metaphysical space transcends space, time, and matter. Is there any such thing as matter? Praise? Is there such a thing as matter? I'm asking you, is there such a thing as matter? And what is it to you? Is matter just is that just particulars? Is that all matter is just particulars? I'm not really getting this. If metaphysical space transcends space and time and matter, and that's where particulars exist, then particulars exist in the space that transcends space, time, and matter? No, I didn't mean realism, Jay. You mean realism, Jay? No. I'm asking you questions. Okay, so let me go through that again. You said, I've already answered that too. They exist in metaphysical space. So the collection, so you said reality is a collection of particulars. So that's the first one. So reality is a collection of particulars. Then you said, I've already answered that too. They exist in metaphysical space. I asked, what is metaphysical space? You came back with metaphysical space transcends space, time, and matter. So particulars exist in a metaphysical space that transcends space, time, and matter? Is that what you're saying? So reality, which is a collection of particulars, is a metaphysical space that transcends space, time, and matter. I think you just talked yourself out of something. That sounds contradictory. The essence of concrete particulars is not found space, time, and matter, but that concrete particulars exist locally. I don't know how that is, since you said reality is the collection of particulars, and you said that which is concrete is particulars before, it sounded like. So I'm not sure how this is working, Praise. Does space and time actually even exist? Are those, because I still want to know, is this actually reality that a God has created? Or is this a mental projection? Or is this something that's actually just going on inside? I agree. Pretty sure it's safe to say that Praise doesn't know what he believes. He just likes technical terms. Yeah, I agree. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. I'm asking you. If everything is if reality is just particulars, then I don't know why you're inferring. We're going a little bit deeper than a computer game. As far as we understand it, computer games exist within reality, and they're dependent upon physical things such as the physical stuff that we use to make up computers. Without those, you don't have those video games. But if you want to argue that all of reality is basically as conceptual as a video game, and that's it, we can go there. Because that'll get you into some trouble. No, I think your worldview is being threatened and you're starting to project. That very much sounds like projection from you. Because right now your worldview seems very, very tenuous. Yeah, that's a good question too. The computer game exists in the universe, and the universe doesn't exist objectively, so the game doesn't exist? Yeah, because if the universe is part of reality, and reality is a collection of particulars, and particulars transcend, they exist in a metaphysical space that transcends space and time. Yeah, it's all really confusing. Ah, excellent. We perceive it to be real because we're characters in the program, just like video game characters believe their reality is true. NPCs have beliefs. Do you think NPCs in a video game have beliefs, Praise? Do they have autonomy? How did you determine that video game characters have beliefs? Yeah, so Cloud, I'll even say yeah. So if that's the case, then they're programmed to have those beliefs. So it's a deterministic belief. The only reason they believe their reality is true is because the NPCs have been instructed to believe that their reality. When was it debunked? I don't care about that, but an independent physical reality outside of perception has been forever debunked. So wait, so you're saying that reality can only exist based on perception? You do realize what you've just implied there, that it's not independent now. You're now saying that independent physical reality outside of our perception has been forever debunked. So what follows from that is physical reality is dependent on our perception of it. So that's an appeal to solipsism. Well, I didn't say it was a one-to-one. I was just using the concept. I was using your hypothetical because you said that the video game characters, the characters in the game believe in the reality that they're in. So you need to change your concept. You shouldn't make claims that the NPCs in video games have beliefs if they're not actually autonomous. But again, you've gone to something else here. The independent physical reality outside our perception has been forever debunked. And from what I can get from that is that you're saying that our perception, that physical reality is dependent on perception. It doesn't seem to. You seem to be appealing to it. You're saying that solipsism has been demonstrated. It only reduces to solipsism if you're an atheist. No, it doesn't. You said the physical reality outside of our perception has been forever debunked. You're basically saying that they have demonstrated that solipsism is true. Reality is dependent on our observation, so reality is not dependent on a God. So the collection of particulars that exist in a metaphysical space that transcends space, time, and matter are only the case because of our observation of them? We can observe past space, time, and matter? Praise, do you know what it is that you're writing? You just doubled down on it. You just said it was interesting that you would do it. It only reduces to solipsism if you're an atheist, but you're literally appealing to solipsism as though it has been forever that reality, independent reality has been debunked and is only based on our observation. So so based on what you're saying is that reality, which you said is the collection of particulars, which it lives in a metaphysical space that transcends space, time, and matter, is only what it is based on our observation of it. That's literally where you've just gone. Yeah, I agree. Sounds like God exists because we conceive of it, and concepts exist and conceived when conceived. Therefore, God depends on our imagination of God, and if God exists in our collective imaginations. Yeah. Praise is officially not a Christian. Agreed. I mean, you're literally making my content for me right now, Praise. This is hilarious. You can come in. I put a link up. If you want a link, you can come in. No, I don't believe that at all because you just said that reality is dependent on our observation. Now you're saying local reality is dependent on our observation. What is the difference between local reality? If you said reality is the collection of particulars, and those particulars exist in a metaphysical reality that transcends space, time, and matter, what is local reality? So he actualizes our observation through his observation. So reality, so why didn't you just reduce it to reality is only what reality is because God observes reality? So God is observing reality, which makes reality a thing, which then he causes us to observe, which makes reality a thing. You said that reality was dependent upon our observation of it. Now you're saying that our observation of it is dependent on God actualizing our observation through his observation. I don't think you understand Schrödinger's cat experiment. I don't think that you have a grasp of quantum theory, because everything that you're saying right now would seem to spit in the face of the observer effect. Basically, the particles that have superposition would never have superposition because God is always observing and he's actualizing our observation of things. So all those particles, observer effect would never be a thing. Because God has to be the observer that is actualizing our observation of things, so you can't have observer effect. That's projection again. The opposite is actually true. I've actually wasted my brain cells just going through this video. You have made everybody dumber in the live chat just by me talking about this stuff. And what you're doing is very childish, is this way of basically going, well, you know what? I'm just wasting my time with you. You're hurting my brain. That doesn't get you anywhere. That just makes you look like a pussy. Well, he asked. He's not stating it's a thing. He didn't state that as a thing. He just said, is there a non-local reality? Is there a non-local reality? Okay. But again, what is the difference? So what I'm asking you, Praise, is what is the difference between what is the difference between local reality and the reality that you said was just a collection of particulars? I'm still not quite understanding that. And I'm still not understanding if local reality is dependent, then you said, but God actualizes our observation through his observation. So God is an observer. And so it seems like to me, yeah, it does seem to me like the observer effect would not be a thing. And local reality is something that is different than reality in and of itself, which you said was the particulars, the collection of particulars that exist in a metaphysical space that transcends space, time, and matter, which is dependent on our observation of it. But now it's only local reality that's dependent on our observation. But that in itself is still dependent on God actualizing it. That's not what you said before. You said reality was the collection of particulars. And then you said that exists in a metaphysical space. And you said that metaphysical space transcends space, time, and matter. So all of the particulars, all the collection of particulars that are reality exist in metaphysical space that transcends space, time, and matter. That's what you said before. Now you're saying particulars exist within local reality. That's not what you said before. You said reality is the collection of particulars. I don't know what that means. This seems all very, really complicated. Yeah, and that's a good question right there from Simons. How? How are particulars how are the particulars unified by the conceptual universals? It's not just complicated for me, apparently, because Simus just asked you how, and Nicholas seems to be going, the fuck? And a bunch of other people are probably in my live stream going, or live chat going, the fuck? This all seems very convoluted to the idea of where you are perfectly happy with the idea of presupposition or presuppositional apologetics, where we basically presuppose the existence of God through general and special revelation. But your way of doing this has become this really fucked up, convoluted way of saying that reality is, I don't even know what you think reality is anymore. Is reality actually tangible, Praise, or is it just simply is it just conceptual? Is it just abstracta? Because you did bring up concrete, but you didn't seem to know how that works, how the abstract concept and concrete concepts actually exist. Yeah, I'm trying to, yeah. What he is alluding to is the idea that some universal red is an actual thing that is shared by tokens, a red apple or chair, and links them in that likeness. Why didn't he just say that? Yeah. The apple and chair instantiate red, but red is independent of such tokens. Yeah. Why? Isn't it supposed to be really easy to believe in God? Don't we all know God to exist, Praise? I don't know why you've even gone, I don't even why you do this. I have no idea why you're using this jargon that I don't even think you fully understand. And then you're expecting people to know it. I don't think 3/4 of your audience, I would say 99, I would say 100% of your audience does not understand anything that you have said right now. I don't do the Darth Dawkins videos, Praise. Remember, I'm not Jefferson. I don't do Darth Dawkins videos. I suggest that you stick with the bullshit soteriologies that you have and not try to have these conversations in any way, shape, or form. And I definitely wouldn't be doing the videos that you're doing. That contradicts his previous claims. I'm not sure where's the contradiction. I must have missed it, Nicola. I'm sure he's probably gone by now. He seems to be getting upset. No, he's still here. I can tag him at least now. Yeah. Okay. You can't advocate for Platonism and then deny Platonism and then appeal to subjective idealism and then transcendental idealism. Yep. Okay. Just because more than one concrete share one or more properties doesn't mean that there is an existing metaphysical unifier. Yeah, I agree. I don't understand that. The way that he words stuff, it's like he's implying that I would just automatically understand that. Remember, he's the one that's saying that he's got a really good understanding of philosophy. But for some weird reason, when he goes about trying to explain this stuff, he loads it down with so much jargon that I don't pretend to be something that I'm not. And the fact that he would even use this to try to demonstrate the existence of his God in any way particular, or say, well, this is just a given. No, it's not. I think this is from years of having just bullshit pumped into your brain that you think that you have a grasp on that you really don't. Either the God exists or it doesn't. This kind of wrapping your head around the cosmological quantum foam weird shit that you're doing, Braze, is just fucking bonkers to me. And again, you were the one that literally said that you can't have in the video that I've been looking at, you literally told Grayson that he would have to demonstrate the physical. And in this particular conversation on here, you seem to be suggesting that there is matter, that there are physical things, because you said that that the collection of particulars were things that existed in a metaphysical reality or a metaphysical space that transcends space, time, and matter. So you already appealed to the idea, or you referenced matter as though it was a foregone thing. So why would you ask Grayson to demonstrate physicality if you are saying that there's a metaphysical reality that transcends space, time, and matter? Did you run away, Praise? Do I need to bring out the chicken song? Now that's the kind of philosophy I can get behind. Prove the physical. Punch his face. Point made. Do it again. Spurt. Keep punching until blood starts spurting out. Is that blood really matter? No. No, it's just a concept that's being instantiated by through our observation, which is dependent on the observation of a God. Can speak of matter, energy, and spatial properties. Yeah, but I don't understand. But at the same time, why would he? If to speak of matter, energy, and spatial properties, and provided they are clear, they are contextualizing those terms to our immediate experience and utility. Okay. So why can't? So why even bother to challenge someone like Grayson to prove the physical? Especially if he thinks that everything is just I mean, he seemed to imply that science has somehow actually debunked reality. Like, it basically made it so that the only way that reality exists is by virtue of our perception of reality. I don't know. I don't get it. I do not get idealism in any way, shape, or form. It does not make any sense to me. But isn't that kind of some kind of like, what do they call that? Like solipsism by proxy or something? Like our perception of our reality is dependent on our perception of it, which our perception is then dependent on the perception of another observer. So it's like, oh, okay. A challenge to the physicalist would be to describe what the physical is in and of itself. There really is not such satisfying description. Concepts quickly unravel. The same is true for the idealist. Okay. Third person solipsism is what I call it. Either that or vulgar solipsism. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to continue with this just a little bit longer and then I'm going to end it. But I will throw out another link if Praise wants to come in and talk, because I mean, it just seemed to be that he was getting more frustrated. Like, I think Praise needed to go get a drink. I wonder if the members of his channel know that he's a solipsist. Yes.
What's up, Jay? Still talking shit?
You're the only person that's been talking shit.
I just came in here. That Praise is dumb and this. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Come on, Jay.
You don't know what you're talking about.
At least ask me things before you say that. At least try to probe me. It's like it's stupid. It's
I can only go off of what I'm being
slapstick, Jay. Like you're
Hey, first of all, you're the one that basically had everybody assume that you knew exactly what we all knew what Grayson's position is, and you went up against it. So let's not. What are you doing? You were still talking when I muted you, didn't I?
He's already told me his position. I don't need to reiterate it.
But we don't know that. That's why I was criticizing it, because if he's doing a video where he's restructuring the Kalam cosmological argument, and all you're doing is presupposing that people know that you know his position on shit, that doesn't make for very good commentary.
He's a naturalist. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket science to figure that out, Jay.
What kind of naturalist is he?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's a metaphysical naturalist.
You don't. Okay, so you don't know what his position on naturalism is.
He assumes everything is natural through naturalistic processes. So that's pretty simple, isn't it?
But the methodological naturalisms don't discount necessarily there being a supernatural.
He discounts the supernatural.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I don't know that. And
Well,
that
he
was the other
says,
thing. And that's the other thing. In this particular case, you're not going up against his position. He's just restructuring the Kalam cosmological argument. And instead of you letting him finish restructuring that, you just assumed, based on stuff that you knew from the past, that everybody would know exactly where he's going.
Well, he already iterated this point in the beginning of the video. He says that basically all we do is rearrange already I don't use the word pre-existing. I mean, existing in this reality, physical matter, everything that's already existed.
We normally base our the way things we normally understand how things are is because they're created from they come about from other physical things.
Right.
Yeah.
And he already said that at the beginning of the video. Why would I need to keep going further?
Because I wanted to see because the point of this was to see how he was supposedly restructuring the Kalam cosmological argument in a way that it somehow defeated something that William Lane Craig was doing with the Kalam cosmological argument, but you never finished with his restructuring of the Kalam cosmological argument, nor did you go to William Lane Craig's disagreement with his restructuring of the Kalam cosmological argument. You skipped all of that and are now going to Grayson's response to William Lane Craig's response. There's hardly any context to this whatsoever.
Well, I mean, there was time limitations. I'll be there for like 4 hours if I was going to fully. Because you know how long Grayson's video was? The second was an hour and a half. I'm not going to go through an hour and a half material.
Then you only do the 9-minute one. What are you worried about?
I went through 7 minutes of it. 7 out of 9 minutes. That's pretty full, Jay.
The first one you did, you only went through 2 minutes of that 9-minute video.
I went through 7 minutes out of the 9 minutes. Go back and look.
You went through 2 minutes of it.
No, I didn't. I went through 7 minutes, at least 7 minutes. So, I mean, I'll even grant that. So, like, what is your objection exactly? Like, did you dispel anything that I said?
You got to 2 minutes and 36 seconds before you changed over.
No, I didn't. I went way past that.
Oh, wait. Nope, I'm sorry, correction. You went to 2 minutes and 42 seconds. I'm looking at it right fucking now.
I'll get the timestamp. I'll show you. I went to around 7 minutes.
You went to 2 minutes and 42 seconds.
Yeah, I stopped there, but then I keep going later on and come back to it.
No, there's a part here where you're at 3 minutes.
So now it's 3 minutes. Keep going.
And then you shifted over to... Yep. Then you shifted over to, you turned that off, and then you were on the William Lane Craig one, and you skimmed through that, and then you went to Grayson. To Grayson's response to William Lane Craig. You got 3 minutes in to a 9-minute and 46-minute video.
I'll have to look at it.
And you spent about 20 some minutes on that. 22. I'm taking into account for like intro and all that other happy shit.
I'll have to look at it again, but I still think it was unneeded anyway.
Well, I would like to have heard the entire. I guess it was just meant for everybody was supposed to do their homework before joining your 2.5 hour bullshit presentation of, and then the fact that you started saying that you refuted or you somehow debunked a debate that you guys weren't even having. There was no debate here. You actually made
I
that
did.
claim.
I debunked his presuppositions.
What what about the physicality of
That
the world
humans are merely meat bots. That there is no such thing as
as compared to being as compared to being merely conceptual objects?
I never claimed that humans are conceptual objects.
What are we?
We are human souls and spirits that have intentionality.
How is that any better than a meat box?
Well, I mean, there's
do you even
there's a
believe?
tangible. We're
Do you
not
even believe that there's anything that's actually considered meat?
not on the quantum level. No,
Do you think that there's any real physicality in existence at all?
nothing. There's nothing. There's no such physicality. Does not exist outside of our perception.
Okay, so if we all stop existing, all of reality ceases to exist.
No, because God still observes the creation.
But isn't the creation dependent on our observation of it?
At a micro level, yes, but not on a macro level.
Wait, that doesn't make it. So you're saying that God is necessary for us to perceive the reality that only can be if we are around to perceive it.
I mean, you just said a word. Can you say that again? Because I say a little slower.
God is necessary for us to. So in order for reality to be a thing, human beings are required to actually have a perception of reality in order for reality to be a thing. So God is that which is necessary for human beings to have perception of reality in order for reality to be a thing. So if human beings do not exist, reality does not exist.
Not for humans, no.
No, human beings are what make reality, the perception of it, because you just agreed that God is the thing that is allowing human beings to have perception in order to make reality a thing.
No, because God is the grand observer that makes everything real, regardless of human beings.
What's he observing?
Creation, everything.
But you just said that creation, there isn't a creation. It's just a mental construct. It's our perception being brought to you by the observation of it.
It's a virtual reality. It's not a real physical reality.
Okay, well, why would you put that qualifier of virtual on it? If you're saying it's a virtual reality is literally qualifying that it's some kind of reality that's not a reality. It's virtual reality. So you're just basically saying that it's a reality that's non-corporeal by essence? Is that what you're saying?
Right.
So no reality. So all of reality is essentially non-corporeal.
Well, if you want to, yeah, corporeal is as in like physicality or physicalism. Yes, it's non-corporeal in that aspect. Yeah.
So there is no matter.
Well, there's no matter objectively.
Okay, so what we perceive as matter is what?
Is our perception of what a matter is. So like meat, rocks,
and that
trees.
and that we can only see in virtue of God observing us, or does God observe that reality too in order for it to happen? So that's where I'm a little confused, because it seems to be that what you're saying is that the creation itself isn't a creation at all. It's just a mental projection of all of humanity. And then God is that which has granted human beings the ability to perceive that reality and therefore put that reality into fruition. So there isn't actually a real creation here. There's only humanity as a creation, and humanity isn't really a real creation. Humanity is merely a mental construct as well that also has a perception, that has some kind of perception of nothing. It's just
I think you're overcomplicating this. So it's just reality is a simulation.
Okay, But normally with a simulation, that's constructed in some particular way. So are we constructing the simulation, or is God constructing the simulation and allowing us to visualize the simulation?
Okay, I'll put it, maybe I can simplify it. So we render reality locally.
Okay, so is there any reality that is not local?
Yes, that would be the underlying realm of, it's the underlying part of this reality, which is quantum information, and that itself is a immaterial medium.
Why is quantum information simply is that a product of God, or is that something that exists independently of God?
No, that's a product of God. So it's a medium that separates God from us.
So okay. So we don't. So there is an independent nature here of the minds of God versus the minds of humans.
Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting. But it's not truly independent, because the only way that we can actually have a perception of the reality that we are projecting is by God allowing our minds to perceive the reality that is dependent on our perception.
Yes, and I mean,
So
this is why
we don't have an independent mind. So the fact that we observe rape, the fact that we observe adultery and theft is all being brought to you by God. Those things that exist within that construct have to come about from God first.
Well, you mean like if he permisses it or allows it to happen, yes, but he didn't ordain it to happen.
Well, I don't understand. The perception of reality that we are observing can only be brought about by God. So if our perception of reality brings about murder and brings about adultery, that and theft, that can only happen in virtue of God, correct?
Yeah, it's passive though. So God can passively observe us. So what do you mean like he's a grand observer,
that just means that you're saying that human beings can do this without God actually causing it. That human beings have this independent autonomy to observe reality and make reality what it is, independent of God's observation of it. That God is just sitting back and just said, I made human beings. Human beings are going to perceive reality, and by their perception alone, reality will be brought forth.
Well, no, like I think you're also conflating. See, what makes us real is God's observing us. He collapses the universal wave function. So there's two different layers of wave function. We collapse the wave function locally. He does it universally.
That doesn't make any sense. It just sounds like the observer effect would never come into play, because there's always an observer being necessary for our observation. Right? God's observation is necessary for our observation, right?
Right, to be real.
If God doesn't observe us, then we're not real. And if we're not real, then reality is not real.
Well, I mean, reality, I would say that's real regardless. I mean, not real regardless. I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, the perception of reality that you're saying is merely a projection of us. So the only way that we have this quote unquote reality, like you said, is basically a virtual reality, is in virtue of us perceiving it. It's ontologically based on our perception of it. Right. So this doesn't make any sense. If the waveform, if there's the observer effect, then all would always seem to be, wouldn't be a thing, because reality itself always has an observer, because the only way reality can be what it is in virtue of observation.
Correct.
So how do you have superpositions then?
Well, superposition just shows that a particle it doesn't have to be locally suspended. It can go from one end to the end of the universe simultaneously.
But how does a particle exist? I thought you said reality only exists in virtue of our observance.
Well, yeah, a particle is just a wave function, so it's just a mathematical probability.
Okay, but how does a wave function exist? The wave function exists in virtue of our perception. Yes.
Yeah,
it's not an independent thing.
We form through observation, it becomes
essentially-
actualized.
Okay, then observer effect isn't the thing. There is no superposition. Or the superposition that we're seeing is merely us deluding ourselves and thinking that these particular particles, which the only way these particles exist in any way is because of our perception.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and then through virtue of that, so now we have a reality where everything is a construction of the way that we think of it, but our thinking of it isn't really, are we actively conceptualizing reality?
I mean, discovering things about it, we conceptualize what
So if I
God
can-
has already.
So if I conceptualize a dragon, if human beings all came together and conceded they can conceptualize a rainbow colored dragon that breathes pink flames, that rainbow dragon that breathes pink flames will come into existence?
No, of course not.
Why not?
Because
Isn't reality based on our mental states and our perception of
no,
our-
it renders reality, it doesn't create reality.
that would
so
be
it's-
rendering. I don't understand. Rendering would be creating reality because the only way we have reality is through a projection of human beings. See,
Well-
you're kind of conflating this because it seems to be that you're
No.
saying that there's an observation of something that's actually there, but you're saying that reality requires the observer to begin with. So it requires perception of something, but but the only way that the reality exists is in virtue of perception itself. But that thing can only be what it is because of perception itself.
You're missing the point. So God programmed this reality in a certain way. So
Cool. So he programmed for rape, murder, lust.
no,
and theft.
that's dependent on us. We actualize that ourselves.
How do we actualize that outside of him?
Outside of him, he's passive. It's just because someone observes something does not mean
How does a program do something that the programmer did not intend for, Praise?
the program. When we mean program is the framework of reality, like clouds, rain.
But the observation, so you're saying that God created human beings in such a way that they perceive of rape and they make rape a thing. And they could do so without God making it so that they could actually perceive of rape.
Well, humans are fundamental to reality, to what you call reality, which is a virtual reality. So, yes, since we are fundamental, then we are the ones who are causing that to happen. Yes,
but
rape
we're not fundamental because you said our perception of reality is dependent upon God's observation of us. So
God's non-local though. He's not local. So we basically we're the ones that actualize the subatomic level. We can actually control subatomic particles.
I've actually got a question. If I could just interject there.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So, like, I know that you just said that humans are fundamental to this simulation that we find ourselves in. Just for the sake of clarity, do you believe that, like, bearing in mind, we'll speak in the context of understanding that this is all a simulation, but the early stages of our world, do you think that, like, Genesis is an accurate account of that?
Yeah.
But humans are also fundamental to the reality around us.
Right.
So then, like, how was there a creation before the thing that was fundamental to that creation present? Because humans weren't present at, like, day one of creation, according to Genesis.
Right. So
how can humans be fundamental to it if it existed prior to humans?
Well, fundamental means ontologically. It doesn't just because it's prior does not make it fundamental, the universe.
Well, in ontological speak, it does, because if X is fundamental to Y, then that would mean that X has to exist for Y to exist. I think maybe what you're saying is that, like, maybe the purpose of reality was geared towards humans.
Right. Yeah.
That humans were the fundamental idea behind it, but humans didn't necessarily have to exist. That the universe isn't ontologically dependent upon us. Humans aren't ontologically fundamental to the universe. Our ultimate existence would be fundamental to the purpose of the universe.
Yeah.
I don't think he
Um,
understands the distinction there, Nicole. I get the distinction, but
Yeah, I'm saying that.
You see why this can be like a bit confusing, because like you
Yeah.
are kind of loose with a lot of your terminology, and this
Yeah,
is
maybe
an
I
area
need-
that
yeah.
requires a bit of specificity about it.
Yeah, maybe
Especially, like-
that's fair. I think I need to, maybe kind of tighten up some of my explanations. That's fine. I mean, I'll take that criticism, but I mean, I appeal to science, and like I even, I give citations for that. So I'll take that criticism. I just got to be able to articulate it better, and maybe that's where the confusion's coming in. But I think the major parts, I'm thinking you guys can understand when I say that humans are more objective or fundamental to, let's say, particles. You guys can understand that, right? Do you guys get that?
I still don't get what particles
Well,
are.
only after sussing through like a number of options of what it is that you could possibly mean by that, and trying to pick like the most charitable version of it.
Yeah. Well, if humans are the ones that collapse the wave function, then the mind, there's something outside the physical system itself that is.
But you said that's not a physical system. We're still dealing with a virtual system. We're not dealing.
Well, I'm
we're
using
dealing with a
physical
concept.
system to be local. I'm trying to express it in a way that you can understand it. That's what even Nicola
Well, just-
said. Yeah.
Well, I don't understand it, because you're referring to particles as though that there's something independent of observation, whereas it seems that the only way particles are particles is
For the
because
quantum system, I'll just call it a quantum system. That the human observers cannot be part of the quantum system, because if they were part of the quantum system, then they would not be able to collapse the wave function.
so there is the
Wait, did you say that if they were a part of the system, they wouldn't be able to collapse the wave function?
Yes.
Humans are, like, the standard view is that we are a part of the quantum wave system, in the sense that our bodies are ultimately built up of these quantum
Particles.
systems and quantum particles.
Yeah, you mean the human body as far as like hands and feet and skin and bones? Sure. But I'm talking about consciousness. I'm talking about observation.
But the wave function also collapses when there's just a measuring unit in the room and there's no actual like conscious observer present.
No, that's been debunked, and like the quantum Zeno effect, yes, that's debunked. I mentioned that in the video. I gave a citation for that. That the Zeno effect shows basically there's a measuring problem that comes with the measuring device, because the measuring device itself can be collapsed into a wave function. So
you're talking about a von Neumann chain there,
right?
Yes,
yeah.
Which ultimately, it's been a while since I've read up about that, but there are addresses to the problems of the von Neumann chain. I think even Neumann himself just disregarded it. He admitted that it was problematic and that it ultimately was solipsistic.
Yeah, well, they falsified a huge part of the local realism that I forget. It's the Wheeler equation, and that was falsified, which debunked local realism. So that's why that's why the von Neumann chain now, they call the von Neumann chain, that is now actually relevant again, because they falsified that equation, I think it's the Wheeler-DeWitt equation. So
why would they even need to do an equation? They could just simply stop thinking it's the case, and it stops being the case.
Well, there were certain loopholes, like there to demonstrate like there was an objective reality, physical, outside of our perception, and that was the predominant viewpoint for a while. But in 2022, we had 3 quantum physicists do a experiment that refuted that, and it overturned that. So, and this is what I'm saying, like local realism has been officially falsified. So now we know, at least in the local sense, that there is no such thing as physicality. It's anti-realism. It's an anti-realistic reality.
Like that's another thing. I'm kind of curious. Like, what do you mean when you say local realism exactly? Like, how would that differentiate from
Physicalism.
other? Well, that's the problem, because there are plenty of physicists who are also physicalists, and they adopt a strong metaphysical position that everything that exists is, at least in some sense, ultimately like the purview of the physical sciences. But they are also scientific anti-realists. So, like,
Yeah.
that's another distinction that I think you need to clear up, is when someone says like realism is falsified, what kind of realism exactly is it referring to? Is it talking about metaphysical realism, or is it talking about scientific realism?
Okay. Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know that. I have to look that up.
Yeah, because I'll say it, like, especially among physicists, like, scientific anti-realism is that's the standard. That is the consensus view as far as physicists like to delve into philosophy and the philosophy of science. That is what they tend to lean towards. That doesn't actually glean any light as to what their metaphysical positions are.
Right. Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good point you're making. I have to, distinguish the difference between metaphysical realism and their scientific realism. That's a good point.
Well, and not just that, like I mentioned it in the YouTube chat earlier, but like if somebody says like, oh, I'm a naturalist, like from where I'm sitting, when somebody says that they're a naturalist, they've given me as much clarity as them just clearing their throat. It doesn't actually mean anything. It's not really a descriptive term. It doesn't entail the views that you seem to think it does. It doesn't mean that if somebody says, I'm a naturalist, that you can go like, oh, this person thinks everything is ultimately explainable by physics. Everything is just particles and energy in motion, and that everything is ultimately reducible down to some grand theory of everything.
Right.
It doesn't mean that.
Okay.
Because I used to be an ontological naturalist, and I never held that view. I was never a reductive physicalist.
Okay. Oh, that's good. I think that's positive then, because I thought that there was a predominant view that everything was like, basically rigid physicalism, naturalism is just chemistry, brain chemistry, neurons, and it's deterministic, fatalistic almost.
Well, you've made that mistake multiple times where you thought that that's what atheism necessarily entailed. But the thing is a person can be a solipsist and be an atheist.
Or they could be David Chalmers. They could be a panpsychic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess there's these different categories I have to keep in mind when I do criticisms, but I think, the way that Grayson has, talked to me, he specified in a way that there leaves no room for any type of dualism. It's like a hard monistic, physicalistic.
Well, I don't know if everything is just mental. I don't know how there is actually any dualism.
Well, you can set that aside, but just speaking about Grayson too, there, and the description you gave, Praise, I can just use my brother as an example. My little brother, he would describe himself as a hard physicalist. That he absolutely believes that consciousness is ultimately reducible straight to chemistry and physical descriptions. But he's not a fatalist about free will. He's not a naturalist with respect to epistemology, and he's not a strict monist with respect to properties, because property dualism is still permitted under like a hard physicalist view.
Oh, wow.
Like, that's the thing, is that like these, when you go through, like if you made like a little chart for yourself where you just listed all the like the possible ontological positions that somebody could hold, and then all the various other positions at the top, like you can come up with some wonky combinations as long as they don't just explicitly contradict each other.
Right.
And you can end up with things like you can have a person who considers themselves a hard physicalist who also believes in emergent properties and ontological emergence, not the least of which because there are examples of that in chemistry. A covalent bond is an example of ontological emergence where the parts essentially lose their identity and become just a part of the new whole, and you can no longer describe the individual parts without reference to the whole.
Right.
So that's a kind of property dualism that a hard physicalist might accept. And so if you just kind of narrow it down to like these kind of cartoonish stereotypes, it can really, really limit any sort of conversation and also end up just inadvertently strawmanning people.
No, that's fair. Yeah, it's a good point, and maybe I just need to articulate myself better, make sure that I don't like tell. Maybe I should, maybe ask those, maybe try to get them to elucidate more of their points, so I don't like strawman their points.
Well, yeah, and even just that, just instead of just trying to lump everything together, just break it down topic by topic. And a good rubric to use would be, I don't know if you know, but the what's his name? Leo Apostel. He was a Belgian philosopher who really focused on classical logic and focused on like constructing like what worldviews actually are, the kind of transitionary period between German sort of philosophy of mind and integration of like what a worldview is more to just being descriptive terms. And he basically broke down worldview into like being a generic, like 7 rough categories of things. And like the most general theories that a person accepts or leans towards in each of those categories constitutes their worldview. And if you look at that and you go through it like, okay, what's this person's metaphysics? All right. What's this person's theory of value? What's this person's alethic thesis? What's this person's view on normative ethics? And you just go through that list. You can find that like in many people like have wildly different views, and it could just prevent you from like having to backtrack in discussions. And it doesn't hurt just to ask them like, okay, well, what do you think about like meta ethics? Like where would you stand on that? Would you say that you're a realist, an anti-realist, a cognitivist, non-cognitivist, something like that?
Right.
Just fish it more out. And if you encounter a problem, then you can like address it more clearly and directly. If there seems to be some sort of contradiction in their view, you can hone in on that.
Very good points. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think I'll definitely have to, go that way more often to assess out their views more. And I like that approach. I like that. So I kind of agree with you there for sure.
So you good now?
I'm good. Yeah, no, that's a fair criticism. What was brought up, and I think I will employ that. So,
yeah, and I wouldn't mind continuing that little that discussion when it comes to that particular, I guess. That's funny. I wrote in the live chat, I'm pretending to be drunk for Praise's benefit, and then Nicholas said, I am drunk. I forgot it's his Thursday. It is Thursday.
I'm a day late.
But oh, you're a day late? Oh, does it normally happen on a Wednesday?
No.
Oh,
normally on Thursdays. But.
But I mean, I do see some issues with like the possibility of like, getting into diving into this idea that we are like the idea that we're dependent upon, we're dependent on that. The reality is dependent on our perception of it. But at the same time, there's God that is the one that's basically necessary for us to have a perception of something that is only what it is because of our perception. Like, it seems to be saying that perception brings forth something to be perceived.
I think like a summary of your objection there is that it kind of sounds like you're saying things are real, but then introducing degrees at which things are real. Like X is more real than Y, and Y is more real than Z, kind of thing.
Right.
But
Yeah.
well,
Is that an accurate description, Jay? I don't know.
well, I mean, not just that, but the idea that if reality is dependent on our perception, then normally what we understand perception is first there being something for us to perceive. But in what Praise was bringing forward seemed to be that perception is necessary for the thing being perceived to be perceived. Right? You don't have anything unless there's perception. So to have something, there must be perception. But the only way you have that something is with perception. So what are you perceiving? Where does perception come in if perception is necessary for the things that are being perceived?
Well, I mean, that's what I would say is part of the program, or like a video game. Like, if I'm just going to give an example, it's not a one-to-one correspondence, but the video game characters experience, let's just say there really were humans inside that game, and they had, let's say, some type of consciousness that was not tied into the program itself. They would be experiencing that was real to them, the rendered reality that the program is already, like clouds and rocks and trees.
Okay, then that doesn't. Okay, so that seems to change your position, because the creation of the environment is already there.
Yeah.
And that human beings are now perceiving what has been created.
Right.
But before, it seemed to be that in order for there to be the creation of the video game, there had to be minds that could bring about perceiving that video game. Right? They would be thinking there's mountains, there are lakes, there is this, and then by mere thought alone, they are now perceiving what it is that they are thinking about. So their thoughts become what it is that they're perceiving. Right? Because our understanding of perception is, and like you said, the video game characters are in an environment. So the environment is an ontological thing in and of itself. The characters are in that environment. But your original position seemed to be that the only way that there was that environment was because there were entities that would perceive, their perception would make that environment the case.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, that's where the cross up is. Yeah, so it's not like because they observed something that generated from out of nothing or something. I wasn't trying to convey that.
Oh, okay. So the environment is an ontological thing.
Yes.
And our perception. So that computer game environment could exist independent of the video game characters in the computer program.
Yes, that's called. I would say that's quantum information. Yeah.
Okay, that just seems like a form of quasi-realism.
Yeah. Well,
the minds aren't necessary for that environment.
Yeah.
That environment exists independently of the computer game, the characters' minds. But there is some mind that was necessary for the environment that those minds are dependent upon to be what they are.
Right.
So you're still stuck with the idea that you're still stuck in the same issue. So yeah, it doesn't matter. You haven't actually gotten out of. So either way, you're still stuck with the idea that you have to demonstrate that there necessarily needs to be a mind for this other stuff to happen. And the other thing is that the minds themselves, how they come into existence, are they written for? So the reality is written for in the sense of the quantum information being used to develop the environment for these computer characters. But the computer characters, what do they exist in virtue of? Are they Do they exist in virtue of the creator, the main programmer?
Yes.
Okay. So would you say that the characters can only be doing what the ultimate computer programmer gives them the environment to do?
Yeah, there's definitely boundaries. Like the program has been set. You can't like jump to the moon or something like that, or bring a unicorn into existence with the if you conceptualize a unicorn, that doesn't mean it's going to be put into the program. So there are boundaries for sure.
Okay. Yeah, because I used this one time in a discussion with Redefined Living where I was using a computer game analogy. And one of the things that I used was Grand Theft Auto. And he seemed to have a hard time grasping this particular thought exercise, in the sense that the only in the game Grand Theft Auto, one of the things that a person can do is purchase a prostitute, have sex
Yep.
with the prostitute in the car, and when you're done, you can beat the prostitute to death and you can take the money.
Yeah.
Okay. So that environment, that state of affairs, is brought to you by the thing that ultimately created that environment and the minds that exist within that environment. So
Right.
you have a problem of evil issue.
Yes, God has created the program for the potentiality for that to occur.
No,
But
they
that
have to
isn't-
write. No. The potentiality can only exist if the creator knows of the concept itself. So the concept of rape can only be written into the program, just like with Grand Theft Auto 5. The only way that you can have sex with the prostitute and beat the prostitute to death and take the money back is because the programmer knows that that can be done and wrote for that possibility. They didn't restrict it from the game. It's in the game for that reason.
Yeah.
So that has to be brought to you by the ultimate programmer who is making all those states of affairs possible.
Well,
So
I
the
believe
potentiality isn't
Yeah.
isn't the product of the minds themselves. The potentiality is brought to you by, is fundamental. The creator itself is fundamental to that reality,
Yeah.
not us.
Well, I here's where I would differ. I would say that God allowed for incompatibilism, or the idea of agent causation, that they're the creator of their own causal chains of choices. So
But those causal chains, but see, ultimately though, any free will choice is already written for in a computer game in a computer game system. All states of affairs within a given simulation are all the boundaries and everything have to be dictated by the programmer. Anything that does not exist, like you said, we can't jump to the moon. So that would be something where the programmer goes, I'm not going to allow for the computer characters in this
Yeah.
particular environment to jump to the moon. But what I am going to allow for is for these computer characters to buy a prostitute, have sex with a prostitute, beat the prostitute to death in order to get their money back.
I think
Well, I
you
would-
need a little bit of clarity there, because you said that like you think that there's an incompatibilist sort of view of free will available to us. I'm wondering what kind of determinism you're insisting is incompatible with that, because
Yeah.
like the old style of determinism of viewing, like if we just rewound the clock on the universe and then let everything play out, then everything would play out exactly the same. That pretty well has been done away with. And so if you're saying like, oh, well, that kind of determinism is false, I don't know of any like physicalist philosopher or naturalist philosopher who actually defends that view anymore, other than like the odd necessitarian who happens to be physicalist, because most of them also happen to be theists.
Yeah.
What kind of determinism are you contrasting incompatibilism with?
Right. So I think there's a difference between metaphysical and metaethical. So our moral and intellectual choices are unbound. Like as far there's nothing imposed, no imposition as far as our moral choices and in our
We'll set the moral aspect aside for now and just focus on like
Yeah.
causal determinism.
Yeah, I would say that it's like the physical laws, we call physical laws like gravity, that is a determinant, that's certainly qualifies for a certain determinism. That God determined, the program, what I would say is the program, quantum information or bits of information that, you know, we would experience some type of gravity, some type of physical laws for sure.
That's more speaking to restriction as opposed to like determinism with respect to actions. So like the old way of phrasing free will and determinism and incompatibilism is the incompatibilists would say that we have certain actions which are not subject to any antecedent affairs, like what you previously just said, that this is a wholly new causal chain. And that sort of creates a problem because how in that respect can it actually be said to be your action if it isn't the result of your attitudes, your dispositions, your upbringing, the circumstance that you find yourself in, your tastes, your desires, your will, even? Like all those things are antecedent to you acting and even your consequent reasoning. So instead, the new sort of determinism that people talk about is not, it's directly determined in the sense that this is going to happen with 100% guarantee. It's more or less, it's influenced by these antecedent affairs.
Right.
So like, which one of those two are you contrasting it with?
Well, I think there's a spectrum that God created this, what do we call reality, whatever, how you guys define that. I would say that there's a spectrum of possibility that God allowed within the program. So it's sort of like an open world, like the,
Like
what is
Grand
it?
Theft Auto, kind of. There's
Yeah,
the choices that the player can make,
right.
but the freedom can be can someone freely choose to do something, even if that action is influenced by, say, their desire? Do they do that freely or not?
Yes, I would say they do that freely. And also, I would think, just like,
Okay.
let's just say there's certain things that are influencing, let's say, someone to, you know, they have some type of compulsion or something as far as like OCD. Like, I'm just giving an example. We call it disorder. I would say that I mean, I would appeal to like Jeffrey Shorts and stuff. Like, he would say, you can actually think, your thoughts could actually change the brain framework in your mind. The you know, how the brain is, I forget what they call it, like it's the formation of the brain cells and stuff. You could actually, your thinking to actually overcome that with your own thinking. So we can actually, you know, things that are coming against us that make us believe a certain way or make us do something, we could actually act contrary to that.
Yeah, it's the old summary of that. There have been a couple of studies about that, which is we reflexively act a certain way, but if we are allowed a moment to think about it, we can essentially, with our conscious mind, override it.
Right.
Yeah, and
Right.
the joke is that we don't have free will; we have free don't. That's the joke of it.
Yeah,
But,
no, yeah,
yeah,
that's pretty good. Yeah.
like what it sounds like you're describing there, like if you think that, like, yes, I act freely if, like, I want something sweet, and so I get up and I go to the fridge and sweet to me is just like, you know, an apple, and I get an apple and eat it. I acted freely in that moment, right?
Right.
Well, I'm asking, like, is that what you would describe as a free action on my part?
Well, no, I would even consider that a free action, but I'm talking about moral choices. Like, you have the
Well, you can extend it to moral choices, but just
yeah.
trying to keep it to a simple, like, morally neutral decision. Like, do I act freely, or am I somehow coerced into doing that action?
I would say you act freely. Yeah.
Okay, so I know previously you said that you, like, were in favor of like an incompatibilist view, but it sounds like actually what you're describing here is that you're actually allowing for something of a compatibilist view of free
Yeah.
will, where as long as we could say that we act freely as long as we act absent any sort of unwelcomed interference, like
Right.
coercion or a threat or some sort of physical restraint.
Right.
So in that sense, like, we could have Jay's example of the GTA world, where yes, the actions are allowed and they can be influenced, but you're still freely doing it because you're not subject to any sort of unwelcomed interference.
Right.
And yeah, that's a compatibilist view of free will.
Oh, I didn't even know. Okay, so it's like a soft compatibilism, right?
Well, it's compatibilist. It's kind of like it began with David Hume, but like the kind of determinism that people talked about in the time of David Hume and before that, that's been pretty well done away with in philosophy. Nobody actually seriously considers that unless it's just giving people an introductory understanding of it. And one of the reasons for that is because, set humans aside, it seems like the universe itself isn't actually properly deterministic in that sort of Newtonian clockwork machine way.
Right.
Because that's what quantum physics did away with.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
Instead of deterministic, it's better to say probabilistic. And so our actions are probabilistically affected, but not determined.
I like that.
Really,
I like
really
that a lot. Yeah.
But it's still, generally speaking today, it's viewed as a type of determinism, not the least of which being because the necessitarians, like the hard determinists and the hard libertarian free will people, they were basically shown to be right, but it kind of it was a hollow victory. It left a sour taste in their mouth because they were right, but not in the way they wanted to be, kind of thing.
Okay. Wow.
So that's why that sticks around.
I see. Okay. And I mean, so one thing that I don't know if I'm right or wrong at this, but I would just say that, in my view, that you can act like you can act the contrary to, I mean, what is it called? Like when the libertarian free will, they say that you have the option to do another option or something. Like you have that ability. I forget what they call it though, the official explanation of like libertarian free will.
Well, libertarian free will is normally just acting solely from the will itself, is one of the ways that they put it, or you're free to act otherwise than what you would have.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at.
That's not really exclusive to libertarian free will, because there was a guy named Frankfurt who introduced these fun little thought experiments where it was basically you're free to act in a way that you otherwise wouldn't have, but it's situationally dependent, because it doesn't require that you assess the exact same situation, because the way that the idealists conceived of it is that whole let's rewind time kind of Groundhog Day scenario.
Yeah.
And see if you do exactly the same thing. Whereas Frankfurt said, no, it's more kind of like the Groundhog Day movie, where it's you're in the same situation, but it's still a novel situation. It's just an analogous situation, so you could do differently. So normally, like every day I wake up and I make myself a little breakfast sandwich. And I could, if I was so inclined, change it up a bit and just have cereal.
Right, exactly.
Like that's a Frankfurt case, kind of.
Yeah. And that's what I would hold to that.
He throws in a kind of a problem for determinists and incompatibilists there too, but we don't have to delve into that other aspect of the Frankfurt cases.
Very interesting. Wow, it seems to be more dynamic than I thought. Some of this philosophy, like it was so. I mean, maybe how I learned it was so rigid and like it's just like so like this black and white understanding, but it looks like there's more nuances out there than I thought.
Yeah, there's virtually nothing in philosophy that is rigid black and white. I'm pretty sure the only thing about it that you could say is black and white would be that logical positivism is wrong.
Yeah,
that's about it.
Are you a philosopher, by the way? Because you sound like you're like very.
I have a degree in philosophy, but I am not a teaching philosopher, not a practicing philosopher, anything of the sort.
Okay. Very cool, man. I learned a lot from you already. I appreciate that.
Happy to help.
Well, I appreciate it, Jay, for having me on, and it was a good discussion.
Yup.
You can hear him making rice and tofu right now.
Well, I got to
Wow.
get rolling, you guys, and have a good evening. I just I got to get going here, but I appreciate the input there, man. I'm gonna relook at some things and reformulate things and look into things. So I appreciate that.
Yep, no problem.
All right, later, guys.
Yep, see you. Have a good night.
No, there we go. So should I just end this? I think I
I
should.
mean, you can, or you can guess how many drinks in I am to be so amicable.
Oh, I'm gonna go. Are you doing? So let me see if I can qualify. Are you doing liquor or beer?
Liquor.
Oh, 7.
I don't know. It's half gone. So.
Half the fifth.
Hmm?
A
I don't
fifth?
even know what size this thing is.
Oh shit! You're worse than my brother was.
Yeah.
I still think it was funny that Praise is coming in here, coming on a live chat, accusing me of being drunk. I'm like, dude, I drink non-alcoholic beer now, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
I'm so boring now. It's
I
ridiculous.
will kill myself before I give up alcohol.
Yeah, well, it was either I give it up or it was probably going to kill me.
Yeah.
Blood pressure spikes of 199 over almost 110 are not,
Yeah.
conducive to one's, prolonged existence. So.
There are some liquors that make my blood pressure go up, but not Scotch for some reason.
Really? That's
Yeah.
weird.
I can't
That
drink
one-
vodka though. I'm a terrible Ukrainian.
Oh, no, it's wrong. Well, have you tried potato vodka though? There is
Yeah.
a difference in vodkas.
Oh yeah, no. Like it also doesn't help that like the shit that my grandma made, that was like probably 90% alcohol. We had to cut it with honey, so
Oh, so she was basically making Everclear.
basically,
Sure, straight up grain alcohol.
yeah, it was vodka. It was potato sweat. So,
How in the hell did she got it up to 90%?
oh yeah,
Wow.
Yep.
Because I always heard that, like, that was one of the reasons why they use like corn or rye to make vodkas, because those ones fermented faster. You could produce more potatoes.
Oh no, this is a
took-
labor of love that takes a couple of years to make a good bottle.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Because potatoes have one of the problems with potato vodka is that it takes longer to ferment than it does with rice or rye, rye or corn. Either way,
No, we got some strong shit here in Saskatchewan. So
I always preferred. I always liked a good like Chopin potato vodka. I like that stuff. That stuff was pretty good. But my God, would I have horrible hangovers from it? Horrible.
also going to hazard a guess that Praise doesn't remember me.
I'm thinking no. You may not. But yeah, that was surprisingly cordial. Didn't start out that. I thought for a minute there, I was like, I had to mute him here because you're talking shit. I'm like, look at you coming in here talking like this. You literally started your entire commentary on Grayson's position by talking shit, and you got like not even through 3 minutes of his video.
Well, it's like if I can just clear up some of the weird ass misconceptions that I see all the time, that's good for me. Like I took a step back from all this crap just because it's the same stuff every time, where it's, some idiot calls me a Democrat or starts trying to in vain to criticize physicalism, and I just have to kind of sit there and go like, not a physicalist. just you can't make these stereotypes, especially when it comes
Yeah,
to
but the thing
people.
is, see, the thing I'm concerned about is that there have been cordial conversations like this with Praise before, and then he's turned around and backpedaled, and all of a sudden everything that was said and that was kind of congenial and agreed upon, all of a sudden just you can actually hear the toilet fucking flush. It's just
I mean, maybe
gone.
like somebody can come along and reconfirm his stereotypes, or like, maybe he just needs to be reminded that, like, yeah, you can't make these sort of sweeping generalizations in philosophy, because you can have some funny ass views. Like, technically speaking, you could argue that David Chalmers is a physicalist, and in another respect, he isn't a physicalist. But like some things that just like a good example would be that idea about him being so phobic about like determinism. the way that he's presented himself in the past. Like he is avidly against determinism, but it's like he seems to be against the kind of determinism that nobody actually holds to anymore. And ironically, the only people who actually hold to it are people like One Way. Where it's like everything is necessary. There is only one way the world can or ever should be, and nothing can deviate from that. Just like a complete modal collapse where everything is necessary. Like, yeah, those people exist. And more often than not, they tend to be theists who take like a strict view of what the hell is it called? The principle of sufficient reason.
Yeah.
Everybody else, especially due to weird shit in quantum physics, comes along and says, yeah, turns out we're not special and nothing is actually strictly determined. It's just a matter of probability and what is most probable of an outcome. And that doesn't really sound like much.
Yeah, but if you're just a meat robot, you're automatically into determinism, right? It's automatically the case that if you're just that meat robot, that's one of the things that's why I had
with the old determinism, like that's the thing is that, well, yes, we're entirely governed by biology and chemistry, but you can't say that my action is entirely predetermined now. It's just probabilistic. And that's why the incompatibilists, like, yeah, they were right, but they don't feel like they were right. It's a hollow victory.
Wah, wah. Oh, well.
It's like finding out that you won the prize, but the prize is that you get a free vacation to a Scientology event or something.
Or $100 gift card to Chick-fil-A.
Yeah. I'm still waiting for that, by the way.
Sorry.
They're fine. I'll get that. Like I said, I'll give you that $100 gift card to Chick-fil-A. I was like, okay, I'll sell it for $80. Like, I don't care.
Do you guys? There's no Chick-fil-A's in Canada, are there?
No, that's why I would sell it to an American for $80. Which isn't even the agreement. The actual agreement was that he would present proof of receipt that he donated $100 to the Trevor Project.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, which is the nonprofit that's focused on assisting LGBT 2S youth who are experiencing suicidal thoughts or ideation.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, he did not like that.
Hit that water.
Yeah.
So I'm cleaning my rice. Steaming up basmati rice.
But yeah, it's like just with a bit of like speaking with praise, if you can disarm the animosity and the bravado between everybody. I don't know like what his view is. It kind of sounds like he's going somewhere between like objective idealism, like old German idealism, and subjective idealism.
Well, I mean, do you think it was fair when I sussed out his position on reality, where there's an environment and there's these characters that exist in that environment, and so it could be the case that the characters aren't in the environment, but the environment could still exist, and then and then he goes, yeah, and then I said, so essentially you still have the same problem that even people who hold to the idea that like, well, there is a physical reality and God is this thing and God created the physical reality and created it for us. And so it's still essentially the same thing. It's just under
kind of. I think a more fair way of describing his view now would be to say that he does believe that mind is fundamental and that mind is God.
Okay.
But,
yeah.
Like I alluded to earlier, you can have different, just because you're a monist with respect to substance doesn't mean you're a monist with respect to properties. So yes, everything depends fundamentally on God, but God can create new properties that are separate from the mental properties and they can do their own thing.
Yeah.
Which is kind of where the objective idealism comes in, which is God makes a choice to create a wholly new category of things, which are ultimately dependent upon him, and he remains fundamental to reality.
Yeah.
But those are, you could even say, ontologically separate from what God is, or just separate in their properties and that they can do certain things and have certain liberties. He still all writes in, as you say, like into the code, the possibility for individuals to do those actions.
Yeah. My real thing is that the possibility of the actions has to be conceived of first before it's written into the code. That was the main gist of that particular thing, because it was like I said, it was part of a conversation with Redefined Living where he seemed to think that, well, human beings just have this way of being able to do these things, right? We can just perceive of rape and there's rape, and we perceive of murder and there's murder, and we can covet and we can steal and all these nasty things, right?
Well,
these
yeah,
things
it's like
that can,
it's playing any video game with some kind of morality tracker in it.
yeah, exactly.
Whether it be GTA in terms of like the police chasing you, or Fable's literal like good and evil scale or something. Like, the options have been written into the game. And that can seem like a problem.
Well, it's essentially, if all of the reality is being written by this ultimate programmer, so it has to write for all of that. So if it's an all good God, it's writing for some really heinous shit.
Well, it's writing for the opportunity of those heinous things, because you don't know whether or not God knows what the causal action is that the individual is going to take. But I think Alvin, like that delves a bit, into the problem of evil, and I think
that's exactly what
I think that's Alvin Plantinga has a response to that actually kind of curtails it in his discussions with J.L. Mackie, but it's been a while since I've looked at it.
The idea,
all of it.
the conception, the fruition of these particular violent phenomena that just happen to come about, but they're not necessarily, God's not really responsible for it. It's somehow the creation of us, and then that these things came about as like a separate emergent thing, like because we had the anyway.
I think Alvin Plantinga's answer was like, what? Like the question is, why does God even make a world where like such actions are possible? Like, why does He make us in the GTA world, basically?
Yeah,
and I can't remember exactly what it is, but it was something to the effect of that. In order to have like the most morally superior of the worlds, of all possible worlds, you have to allow for the possibility of some immoral action. Otherwise, there isn't really a sense of moral accountability or something to that effect. Like, you don't have to agree with the account, but so long as the individual like believes that to be the case, that in fact, the world where there's the possibility that people commit evil but choose not to is morally superior to the world where nobody can commit evil.
Yeah.
As long as that individual holds to that view, like there's no logical problem with any sort of event of evil. And I think that's what Mackie actually conceded at that point. Like, of course, Alvin Plantinga goes on to like say that like disasters are caused.
Well, I mean, it would be. Well, I don't know though, because I guess
like you don't have to agree with it. That's the thing, is that like you could say like I don't know if, in fact, like the world where people can commit evil but choose not to is in fact morally superior to the world where people can't commit evil. Like you don't have to agree to it. It just has to be consistent.
Oh no! It's not that. It's whether or not it's consistent with the idea of the mind of God. Like when these people who claim that God is like the ultimate mind, and it's basically everything is ontologically dependent on it. It goes to that kind of evidentiary and the logical idea that
again,
you can have this all good. You have this all good thing, and yet for some reason, and it's responsible for creating everything, and yet you have these, and it's in its creation, it's created something that is fundamentally, at least, and then according to concepts, according to writings in scripture, these are things that we are not supposed to do, but it wrote for them anyway. It's that whole thing.
Yeah, like I can see the objection there. Like I am kind of partial to. Well, I was at least, because I can't really remember most of it right now, at least not in this state of mind. When Alvin Plantinga's account was, so
at least not in this state.
Yeah.
And speaking of states of mind, I got to go. I was going to. It was a toss up of either reviewing this or I was going to actually review a short that Pine Creek did, basically in response to kind of like based on his conversation with my brother the other day. Basically, he took some liberties with things that were discussed, changed them into like one word answers, and then just kind of left it there.
Yeah.
So he kind of
was just uncharitable is all it is.
Yeah, and what I got from it was he Rita Skeetered it.
All I know is that I'm supposed to watch a movie tonight, and I can't for the life of me remember what it is.
You can't. No vague idea. No. Can you think of an actor that's in it or?
No. Jesse just told me that we were watching a movie, and I don't know what they want to watch.
Oh.
I know I was told.
Oh yeah, I just got a 4K copy of Sleepy Hollow that I want to check out. Make sure it's good to go. So.
Like, as in Johnny Depp Sleepy Hollow?
Yeah, the Johnny Depp Sleepy Hollow. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. It just came out on 4K. So.
Oh.
I got a copy of it. I've got quite the 4K collection going here now. So.
The pre-Amber Heard Johnny Depp movies are pretty good.
Yeah, the ones with Amber Heard and the ones during. Oh,
it's fine. There's not going to be any more Amber Heard movies.
Too soon.
Is it though? Like,
No,
how much money did they spend, like, basically editing her out of Aquaman 2?
That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, I had never seen it. I've never seen either of the Aquaman movies. I just read about how, like, they were going to minimize the role of her character as much as possible because going.
Oh, they did.
forward,
Yeah,
they were
she's
gonna
in
have
it. Yeah, she's in it, but only as like, okay, this is my wife.
Yeah, I know that they floated doing that with the person who plays Flash. Not the TV show, the movie. The hell is their name? They're a creep. I know that.
What's his name? Ezra Miller.
Ezra Miller, that's right. Yeah. 'Cause Ezra Miller was like on the run from the FBI after filming that.
What?
They're like taunting the FBI on Twitter too. They're wanted for like actively trying to like groom kids and shit.
I can't remember everything that was going on with that guy.
Well, there were like multiple assaults charges, sexual interference with minors, and a bunch of other crap. And yeah, they were just on the run for a long time. I think they're in rehab now.
Yeah, I don't know. Actually,
Yeah.
I like his version of the Flash, but at the same time, I think they could have used the guy from the show too. I think that would have been
Yeah.
perfectly fair too.
Yeah. Honestly, like,
I mean,
DC
it's
is
the
terrible
Flash.
at making movies now.
Well, just wait. Just wait. There's
I
a new
know.
Superman. There's a new James Gunn Superman coming out.
I know James Gunn is making a cinematic universe now.
They had to
But,
go
like,
with James
I think
Gunn.
they fired everybody except for the lady who plays Harley Quinn.
Margot Robbie?
I think so, yeah. Because I remember, like, it was news that Henry Cavill said that he quit The Witcher to focus on being Superman for the DC cinematic universe, and then it was announced
And
like
then
the following week that he was fired.
He was shit canned. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, he also said that he had disagreements with where the show was going because he was a fan of the books and the game.
Oh, he had a lot of disagreements, and he left because he couldn't keep his promise to the fans. He said, and it's like, we haven't even finished watching season 3 of The Witcher, and we're not gonna. It immediately just fell off. Not interested.
Yeah, lately I've been watching the new episodes of Vox Machina. So
I'm rewatching that now.
yeah, I went through and watched the first 2 seasons last week, and now they got like six episodes out of season 3. So
I thought the 4th episode just aired today.
well, they released 3 at a time.
Oh,
Yep.
I know that the guy who voices Thordak, he's dead now.
Yep.
Yeah. Because it was the weirdest thing. I was listening to that in season 2. I was like, that voice sounds familiar. And then I placed it, and it's like, that's Agent Clappers from Paradise PD. And if
Yeah,
you
he
don't
was
know,
from
if you don't know what that is, Google it.
Lance Reddick.
Yeah.
Yep, and he was also in Fringe.
Yeah. It doesn't matter.
And he-
He's just Agent Clappers in my head now.
I don't think I ever saw that show.
He's called Agent Clappers because he has testicles that are like the size of billiard balls.
Oh, you're shitting me.
I am not.
What is this show called? Paradise what?
Paradise PD. Just Google Agent Clappers.
Is this a Canadian show?
Nope, that's a Netflix series.
Oh. I did not know he was in that.
It is hot garbage. You ever seen Brickleberry?
No, I've heard of it.
Yeah, it's the same guys who made Brickleberry and the same guys who made Farzar.
Are those hot garbage too?
They are absolute trash animations.
Hmm. Sweet.
Like trash in a fun, I think this is funny, but I hate myself for like thinking it's funny kind of way.
Oh man.
Because
I thought
it's just like lowbrow vulgar comedy with the odd like vulgar shot taken at someone. There's like
sorry.
this old promiscuous police officer in Paradise PD named Hobson, and like Hobson makes an invention called the mobile glory hole, which is just like 2 planks that fold over each other, and then you can make a mobile glory hole for yourself. And he's advertising it in the sizes, and he says it comes in 3 sizes: black, which is the biggest hole; white, smaller, and then Tucker Carlson, and it's like the size of a thimble.
Oh, that's funny. I didn't see that one before. Your will is not your actions. That's interesting because according to Matthew, if your will is to do something, then it might as well be your action.
Yeah, no, your will isn't your actions. Like that's another thing too, is that people have actually defining will is a problem in philosophy, because some people say that I think Kant said that in order to act autonomously, your action has to arise from the will itself, and your will is independent of any of your tastes, your desires, or your reasoning. And it's like, well, what is it then? If it's independent of all my wants and desires and my needs or anything like that, what exactly is my will?
Mm-hmm.
And it can become a problem. Though I do love the way that Kant accounts for a free action, where he says that he created a word to describe it, because his account was, we act freely when we act autonomously. So in order to explain what it meant to act autonomously, he had to come up with an antonym for it. And he called that heteronomy. And heteronomy is when you act to satisfy some kind of need or want. If you're craving a food and you go and you eat something that satisfies that craving, you're just acting to satisfy like a baser function, a more primal function. That's acting heteronomously. And when you act autonomously, according to Kant, is when you act in accordance with a rule that you give yourself. It's something you don't have to do, and it's not anything that's related necessarily to your desires. You make a rule for yourself, free of any unwelcomed or instinctual influences, and you follow it. And that's when you act freely.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I like that account. I don't agree with it, but I like it. There's a lot of things in philosophy, especially in ethics and all the other related fields to ethics, where it's like, I like that, but I think it's bullshit.
Yeah.
I think that's another problem that people have, is that like when somebody runs up to you and says like, oh, well, you can't account for X. and then you present an account for it, and then they keep insisting that you haven't. It's like, I don't think people know what it means to account for something, and I don't think that people understand that you can acknowledge that somebody has accounted for the thing, but still disagree with their account.
Yeah. What was it? What was it I did? Oh yeah, it was that Kevin. It was that kid Kevin from Kevin from Praise's channel, Kevin's Biblical Discussions or something like that. But anyways, it's Kevin, and he was what did he made the claim in a live chat that he said that laws of logic cannot be falsified.
I mean,
And
yeah.
and I was like, okay. And then I trolled him. I said, well, sure they can. The law of non-contradiction or the law of excluded middle doesn't account for paradoxes.
Well,
He did. It fucking pew.
yeah.
He had no idea. And then I just went, I said, yeah, this sentence is a lie. And then somebody goes, well, that's true. I said, no, it's not.
I was like, that is funny because it's like, you could probably, like, people probably misunderstand the most the law of non-contradiction, because I think it's like some sort of ontological statement where it's like, no, it just means that, like, these are referring to propositions and the relations is what we're talking about.
Exactly. Yeah.
And it's like, there have been times in history where we have had true contradictions manifest themselves, where an easy example is when some of the Western states first joined the Union, a lot of them refused to join unless their women had the right to vote, because they were basically built by the women there. So the federal government granted them the right to vote. And so it's like, oh, so you have a federal right to vote, but only in this state.
Oh,
That's that's
a
prima facie
contradiction.
contradiction.
Yep.
And it's like, that's what a true contradiction is. And that's kind of what, I think the philosopher Graham Priest is the one who works the most on it. What dialechism proposes is that, like, there are certain instances where, because of various reasons, we can actually have true contradictions arise. And plenty of examples in law, just like, I don't know, pick any country run by a dictator. You're going to find contradictory laws when they come up, and you're going to have prima facie contradictions where the individual both has the right and they don't at the same time and for the same reason.
Yeah. But yeah, I think I'm gonna shut this down in this live here, and then I'm going to. But I is interesting. What was interesting, just to kind of sum up what we were talking with Praise about, it was interesting how that conversation it seemed to diverge from the character that we were talking to in the live chat.
I mean, yeah, it's just.
It just seemed it was very odd to me, because I was like, I mean, again, I don't keep up on philosophy, but when he's sitting there trying to basically say, well, this is beyond your pay grade, I'm like, what the hell does that mean? What are you doing? And why? I'm asking you questions. You don't get it.
I mean, I was just genuinely curious, because sometimes, especially in text, it's so difficult to get people to suss out exactly what they mean.
Yeah, especially him, and then you can kind of tell when he starts projecting. I'm like, I think you're the one that's actually getting more frustrated here, because
I
I'm just
got a
asking
little
you
bit
questions.
of a better view of his kind of idealism, and I wouldn't say that it's subjective idealism. I'm still not entirely sure what it is, but like, there's a few other elements that narrows it down. But
yeah, and I'm not sure if it's even solipsism anymore, if it's the idea that there's an actual quantum information reality that exists independently of the video game characters that are in it. So that doesn't seem to be, and the idea that I still didn't quite understand why he said, well, we don't create it, we render it. And that to me just seemed kind of odd. I'm like,
yeah, like
I
did want to ask him to clarify that one further, but it's not really, I don't think what he meant is render so much as it's we're basically on a choose your own adventure story. Kind of like the old Goosebump books.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember the ones before Goosebumps.
Yeah.
Oh. And then you would always choose the wrong one and just go, I wonder how that ends. Oh, horribly.
I always died immediately.
Yeah, it was always, you fell and
Well,
died.
this book is done. Just throw it away.
Yeah, you're like, well, okay. And they're like, well, wait,
But
did
yeah,
you
like
ever?
it could be that is that, you know, you influence the future potential outcomes is what he means by rendering it. It's kind of like the future is open. I'm still not sure about that because of like previous posts he made where he says that time
Well,
is
that seems kind
illusory. So
well, that
like,
seems
is there
kind
a
of odd
future?
because it seems like the quantum information state would have its own future independent of the characters that are in it. So,
Again, it's like he would have to
yeah,
clarify further.
yeah, that was yeah. I was going to bring it back up, but once I got to that, once we got to that kind of that settled position where he kind of he basically rendered the world. He basically got to the point to where the world. It's just it was basically just an animation version of what it seems to be that we're already experiencing. There's this, and there's this that's responsible for this and that, and that's it.
Yeah, like the some of the analogies too don't help.
Like
Like
this and
saying
like
this is
that
a
and like this.
simulation. Saying this is a simulation doesn't help. It's like, does God create the simulation, and then we're in the simulation affecting the simulation? In which case, which is that metaphysical space that God creates that's separate from God but dependent upon God and contains our world, or is it just our world in God? I don't know. How many substances are there? How many types of property are there? I don't know.
Remember that time I was telling you about that video, and I'm like, I wrote to you and I said, I do believe Darth Dawkins is like holding to some kind of Berkelian idealism here, and you're like, no. And then I showed you the video, and I'm like, the fuck, because he's telling that guy, well, the reason why the teddy bear is still there when the kid opens their eyes is because God is
God is observing
instantiating.
it. Yeah.
He's observing it and sustaining its existence in that state. And I was like, what?
Yeah. And it's like that's the view that inspiring philosophy holds to. And
is
the
it?
question that everybody always asks him is, can you explain the weird shit in quantum physics then? And it's like he has not given a satisfying answer to why it is that the wave function isn't always collapsed if God is constantly observing everything.
Yeah.
Like in Praise's view, it sounds like God isn't actually observing everything. I mean, like I would have to look at some stuff again, but like, yeah, he was talking about von Neumann chains and talking about something by Wheeler. I don't know. Like normally, like I kind of get frustrated when people bring up quantum physics and philosophy.
Yeah,
But
I don't get it either. But yeah,
physicists don't really understand quantum physics, even if they specialize in it. They'll be the first to say it. Philosophers typically hate it.
Well, I remember it was a debate between it was Michael Shermer and Harris, and they were talking to Deepak Chopra, and there was a woman, and I can't remember her name. And Deepak was pulling out all this derp, and when it came to the questions and answers thing, there was a guy that came up to ask Deepak Chopra a question, and then it come to find out this guy was there at MIT studying quantum physics, and he goes, "No, I'm pretty sure you don't understand it either because I've been studying this stuff and I don't understand."
Yeah.
He goes, "No, I'm going for my master's in this shit at MIT. I don't think you know what this is because we still don't quite understand it and we're studying it."
Yeah,
So,
like it's just spooky shit at a distance at this point, and it's. But yeah, I don't know. He'd have to share some links, and I'd have to run them past my cousin. Like, I just defer to her. She's a quantum physicist, so.
Is she?
Yeah.
Oh, is she good at explaining it to an idiot?
No.
Like me?
No.
Oh.
Because again, she doesn't understand it.
Well,
like she can read the studies and she understands the math and stuff, but she's like, honestly, they understand what's happening. They just none of this really fundamentally makes any sense. Like it's
neat.
just that counterintuitive kind of thing.
Oh, Yeah,
And
that's
just weird.
yeah. I don't. Yeah, I do. Gavin Herleman to this day still uses that as a bludgeon.
What, quantum
And
physics?
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Science definitely proves God's existence, and I'm like, no, it does. Why are you still doing? And the fact that they'll do that. Well, SFB mod is he's horrible for that. I swear those two need to get together and go bowling or something. Because holy shit, SFB mod. Oh yeah, you got to understand that Einstein holds to Spinoza's God, and Spinoza holds to the idea that Jesus Christ is Lord and Savior. So Einstein is a Christian and
What?
Spinoza is a Christian. Oh yeah. He completely misread. He took an external critique or commentary. It was in the I'm blanking on that
sounds like
really
some
long time.
Almondo fucking Calvo shit there.
Yeah,
Revisionist history.
yeah. There's tons of videos out there that break down exactly what Spinoza's position is. He basically a pantheist, and
He basically was the founder of pantheism. People misunderstand his views on pantheism. He was just
yeah,
reimagining religion in a world where religion was everything, being raised in a particular community that was ostracized for religion, and where religion was also tied into their culture.
yeah.
So, like, he didn't think of the idea of dispensing with religion, but the way he describes his new religion is just being inquisitive and investigating the world and reflecting on things.
All right. Oh.
Anyhow, I'll let you go. I won't keep you any longer. I got.
Oh no, I'm enjoying talking to you. I'm ending the stream right now. See you, folks.